Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, our chief host for today. A round of applause for Mr. Governor. Thank you. Our chief host has just arrived, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Thank you for joining us today at Ehingbeti 2022. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, royal fathers present, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this momentous occasion. It's my honor to be here as we kickstart things right about now. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Waje and Mr. Nwokedi with the orchestra to lead us in the national anthem. Please let's remain standing in honor of our dear country, Nigeria, as we now take the national anthem.
Arise, O compatriot, Nigeria's call, obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. O God of creation, direct our noble course, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and live in just and truth, right behind attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much, Waje and Mr. Nwokedi with the orchestra team. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live Lagos State.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take some quick housekeeping just before we proceed. I'd like to let us know that we have exits to my left, which would be to your right. We also would like to ask that if you have any questions, please signify. One of the ushers would get to you. and you will be attended to. If you have any questions, if you have any inquiries, we'd like to ask that you do so. Thank you very much.
Again, there is no planned fire drill today from Eco Hotel. So if at any point you hear the fire alarm, please use the exit to my left, which is now to your right, to leave the auditorium.
We'd like to acknowledge the presence and recognize in our midst Mr. Governor, Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. You're welcome, Your Excellency. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence in our midst of the Deputy Governor, Lagos State, Dr. Kadiri Obafemi Hamzat. May I also recognize members of the National Assembly here present, honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present, the national leaders of our great party, the All Progressives Congress here present. We recognize in our midst the Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, and other honorable members here present.
The former governor of Ogun State is here present, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Oshoba. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. Consul Generals here present. Members of the Lagos State Executive Council here present, especially the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Sam Egube. Thank you. Members of the body of permanent secretaries here present, chairmen of local government and local council development areas here present, heads of government agencies, parastatals here present, the Oba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Akiolu, ably represented by Chief Lateef Aderibigbe, and other royal fathers here present. Thank you for joining us.
The State Chairman, All Progressives Congress, APC, Honorable Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi, and other party faithfuls here present, we welcome you. Members of the Governor's Advisory Council here present. We also recognize white cap chiefs of Lagos here present. Thank you for coming. Captains of industry here present. Other distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, and we will continue with the recognitions as the event goes on.
I'd like to very quickly and especially recognize Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Akode, CON, former Minister of Industry, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and past President of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. Such an honor to have you here at Ehingbeti 2022.
We'd like to recognize and amidst the Consul General of the Republic of Cameroon, Bessam Manga. Thank you for joining us. The Executive Secretary of the Consulate General of the United Arab Emirates, Fatin Laroussi Tribec. Thank you for joining us. The Consul Political of the Federal Republic of South Africa in Lagos, Ms. Sibo Lenyai. Thank you for joining us. The Consular Sierra Leone High Commission, Ms. Beatrice Kali. Thank you for joining us at Ehingbeti 2022. And the Commercial First Secretary and Head of the Economic and Commerce Office, Embassy of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Amy Altantawi. Thank you for joining us.
As we move on, very distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, we will take further recognitions, but we'll proceed right about now. It is often said that he who brings cola brings life. For us here in Lagos State, ideas are like cola, and bringing them to the fore means we're bringing life. Very distinguished guests, royal fathers present, captains of industries, and our online audience, welcome to Ehingbeti 2022, the Lagos Economic Summit, where the government, our dear government, collaborates with the private sector, the organized private sector, to have conversations around how to further and how to further, enhance our socio-economic development.
Since the first edition held in the year 2000, the summit has developed into a constructive and engaging forum for the stimulation of socio-economic growth, not only in Lagos, but the country as a whole, as a result of the need for realistic assessment of implementable goals against set benchmarks. The summit, which started as an annual event, turned biennial in 2008.
Now, to be sure that the challenges are properly identified and articulated in order to seek out short, medium, and long-term solutions, the first 3 editions took on a diagnostic form. Because of the tremendous work and commitment exhibited by all parties, now private sector, international communities, and of course our government, by the 4th outing, a blueprint was in place for implementation.
From the PATH acronym in 2012, where we had as our theme, from bricks to brink, Lagos holds the key, to 2014's powering the Lagos economy, real opportunities, endless possibilities, with a clear focus, constant and sustainable electricity supply in the state. The essence of the 2014 Summit's focus on power was for the private sector to draw the attention of the government to places where its activities would enable the private sector achieve its potentials in terms of delivering of service, provision of opportunities, and growth of the economy.
Our dear state and government had made it clear that with massive investment and initiatives taken, the summit, Ehingbeti, is not just another talk shop. Now, as a quick memory juggler, projects such as the independent power plants, several of them, IPPs, Lekki-Epe Expressway, Lekki-Ikoyi Link Bridge, the Penn Cinema, Agric-Ishawa Road, International Airport Road, the opening of Regional Road and rehabilitation of Ibeju-Lekki-Epe Road Network, amongst many others, have been made possible through the summit. I thought that would get a round of applause. Thank you. And to the discerning, therefore, over the last 2 decades, one can rightly and confidently say that Lagos has indeed become that model for governance in our country, Nigeria.
And with over 11,000 people in 10 countries participating in the 2021 edition termed Greater Lagos, setting the tone for the next decade, focused on 6 thematic areas, including making Lagos that sought-out investment destination, strengthening governance and institutions, 4th industrial revolution opportunities, funding growth and ensuring inclusive human capital development, and sustainability, resilience, and impacts.
Mr. Governor assured that the learnings and recommendations from the summit will be developed into a policy framework to forge a new action plan and implementation that will bring the envisioned future of Lagos, the Lagos of our dreams, our 21st century economy, to reality. The major goal being a reconnection with the private sector.
This morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and indeed this season, we gather to see the ideas, the thoughts, and the actions come into fruition. Speaking for us as residents of the Center of Excellence, we are excitedly glad that it's all coming together right before our eyes.
Welcome to Ehingbeti 2022.
My name is Oladele Ogunlano.
And I am Mojibade Shosoye. I'm a compare, a marketing and communications executive, and a co-founder of a financial technology company. I'm excited to be your co-compare at the 2022 Lagos Economic Summit. Once again, welcome to Ehingbeti 2022. And for those who are joining us virtually, welcome to Lagos State. If it's your first time here and you are in the room, welcome to the Center of Excellence and the City of Aquatic Splendor. Welcome to our beautiful state, Lagos State. As we move on today, Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, we'll now take the Ehingbeti theme song. Let's make welcome with a warm round of applause. With a warm round of applause, our students from Del York Creative Academy and Del York International.
Everywhere you look, possibilities. We're first among the rest, Lagos City. With great schools, good roads, modern infrastructure, and agriculture, quality education, economic innovation, leadership in action. So let the good work continue. Show the world what we can do. Ehingbeti today. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. So let the good work continue. Show the world what we can do. Ehingbeti today. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Ehingbeti today. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Ehingbeti today. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh. Progress has come, yeah. Step by step, we're changing the face of Lagos. Step by step, we won't stop, we're building a greater Lagos. We won't stop, left to right, development's rising. Strength to strength, the economy is growing. From Epe to Ikeja, Lagos Island to Ikorodu, Badagry, fill your head, oh. Transportation made easy, healthcare and security. We can see your head, oh, head, oh. So let
very much. If you enjoyed that, can we applaud them one more time? Now, just to reiterate that the Ehingbeti theme song was written by students from the Del Your Creative Academy in partnership with Lagos State through Creative Lagos. Now, Creative Lagos is an initiative to train 1,000 creatives synergizing talent, technology, and career technical education to ensure that all participants remain at the cutting edge of innovation, not only for the short term, but for years to come. So Lagos is not just talking, we are walking the talk. The Del Your Creative Academy composed the theme song and the legendary Bolanle Austin Peters production put together this masterpiece that you just saw. Can we applaud Del Your Creative Academy and, of course, Bolanle Austin Peters production? Thank you. I thought the applause would be louder. I mean, if you enjoyed that beautiful display and interpretation of our theme song for Ehingbeti 2022, thank you so much. I'd like to make a few recognitions before we move on today. I'd like to recognize, again, our guests online. I'd like to recognize Mr. Ayo Belei. Thank you very much for joining us today. A round of applause for him, please. I'd like to recognize the Managing Director of Access Bank PLC, who is ably represented by Mr. Amechi Okobi, the Chief Communications Officer at Access Bank. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, to give us the welcome address at Ehingbeti 2022, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a woman who wears several hats and wears them very graciously. She's a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. She's the head West Market Area Strategy team. She's also the head Nigerian Government and Public Service team. And to crown it all, she is the chairperson Ehingbeti Summit 2022. Let's make welcome for the welcome address today, Mary Iwe Lumo, with a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Great. Okay, I have been tasked with giving the welcome address, although I think the MCs had done a very good job of welcoming us, but I'll give it a shot. The host governor, Lagos State, and his deputy, the governors of other states, here present and represented, and former governors, here present, honorable members of cabinet, Lagos State and House of Assembly, our royal and spiritual fathers, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning once again. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 9th edition of the Lagos Economic Summit, Ehingbeti 2022, themed Charting the Paths to Sustainable Socio-Economic Growth. It is an honor to be chairing this year's summit, and it has been a memorable journey serving as co-chairperson of the Lagos Economic Summit Group, working with a team of engaged and talented individuals to bring this summit to fruition. And judging by what we all see, it is indeed a job well done. As a partner in PricewaterhouseCoopers in Nigeria, chairing this summit and working with the summit group provided me an opportunity to fulfill our promise in PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is to build trust and deliver sustained outcomes. This promise has guided my leadership and contribution every step of the way. As an individual, though I was born, schooled, I've been working, and I live in Lagos, I have never really felt seen as a Lagosian. So like it or not, I take my role as chairperson of the Lagos Economic Summit as proof of acceptance and legitimacy from fellow Lagosians that I am indeed now Lagosian. I am doubly proud to be joining the league of many other eminent Lagosians who have served as chairpersons of previous summits. Over the last 2 decades, as most of us know, Ehingbeti has gradually and successfully become the platform for private and public sector stakeholders to engage around Lagos State developmental agenda. The summit continues to be an invaluable tool for molding Lagosians' growth ambition. And as you will see over the next 2 days, Ehingbeti has birthed several landmark projects around the state. Previous editions of the summit have also provided an opportunity for you and other stakeholders to evaluate the implementation status of agreed resolutions. This year will not be different. At this point, I can inform you that most of the resolutions to date, I believe we're at 95%, have either been initiated or in progress or have been delivered. Details will be provided throughout this 2-day period. As I stated earlier, the focus of the summit is to achieve consensus on our path to sustainable socio-economic development and growth. Specifically, it is our intention of the Economic Summit Group, to introduce and formally launch the Lagos State Development Plan, LSDP 2052. The LSDP 2052 is the holistic plan that will guide the state's ambition of becoming Africa's model megacity. And what does this mean? This means a global economic and financial hub that is safe, secure, functional, and prosperous. With a growing, youthful, and vibrant population, there is no slowing Lagos down. Case in point, this year, amidst the pandemic, based on the number and quality of startups, Lagos is ranked number 81 of the top 1,000 startup cities by the Global Startup Ecosystem Index. Well, I think since you clapped, I must tell you that this represented a 41-step jump from its last year's position. This is a substantial milestone, as it is the first time an African city has made the global top 100 list. And it is just one of many firsts recorded by Lagos. These firsts and successes, as we can all imagine, will result in the migration of more people into the state. As Lagosians, we must be ready for this influx of people. The LSDP 2052 plan, a plan for Lagosians by Lagosians, is one way of preparing for this influx, as it is expected to play an integral part in galvanizing the vibrancy of Lagosians, aspiring Lagosians, and sustaining the state's growth trajectory over the next 30 years. So, for the next 2 days, we will listen to and engage with high-powered speakers, thought leaders, and exemplary individuals on critical issues and solutions relevant to the socio-economic development in Lagos, and hinged on the various dimensions and focus areas of the plan. We invite your scrutiny, ideas, and resolutions that can be incorporated into the LSDP 2052. Ehingbeti 2022 has been organized to accommodate hybrid participation, to provide opportunities for wide engagement during the plenary and breakout sessions. I urge you, I plead with you, I encourage you to please share your inputs and contribute to the conversations during these sessions and on our social media pages using the hashtags Ehingbeti Summit, Ehingbeti 2022. You never know, your contribution could be that factor that fully unlocks the sought-after solutions Lagos needs. With the record number of registered participants, as at, I think last week it was north of 20,000 this year, I am optimistic that this year's summit, like previous summits, will yield results that we will see and appreciate for years to come in Lagos State. Before I leave, and I promise you I'm almost done, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must thank the co-chairs and members of the summit planning committee, we work like a team, who volunteered their time and resources to put together this pivotal gathering. They all embody our mantra, Ìtẹ̀síwájú ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó. And I said it without pausing. Okay. Our reward shall be revealed in the beauty of Lagos in years to come. I also thank all our partners, sponsors, speakers, panelists, guests, other volunteers, the media, and all participants here physically and joining us virtually from all over Nigeria and the world for all that you have done and will do to make this summit a success. In closing, as a Lagosian and chair of this summit, I once again welcome you all to the 9th Lagos Economic Summit and proudly announce that Ehingbeti Tide. Thank you for listening. God bless Lagos State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And God bless you all. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I ask once again that we give a round of applause to our chair, Mary Welumo. I would like to recognize Asiwaju Dr. Michael Olawale Cole, the president of LCCI. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. And of course, I would like to recognize Senator Musiliu Obanikoro and Senator Ganiu Solomon. Thank you very much for being with us. I would like to also acknowledge our sponsors, our gold sponsors, Access Bank, can we give them a round of applause? And Conference 57. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask that you please sit back for our short video on the Ehingbeti resolution.
My name is Opa George. I work as a special advisor to Mr. Governor on public-private partnerships. One of our roles was to improve collaborations. We've worked hard at this. We've ensured that transactions we have, which we work with the private sector, we've ensured that our working relationship is much better. On our major transactions, some of them, the Fourth Mainland Bridge, the Blue Line, the Red Line, we've worked extensively, and we found that it's helped us in terms of being able to sort of work better with our private sector collaborators. We're assigned Resolution 11, which is to renew commitments to improve partnerships and collaborations across national, state, and other subnational governments with the private sector and civil society. So we've worked hard at this. We find that obviously working with private capital, you need to be able to sort of ensure that the working relationship is at its best and at its optimal. With a lot of transactions we've worked on, we found that our working relationship has been a lot better in terms of being able to sort of give the right sort of information and comfort to our private sector partners to ensure that they get the comfort from knowing that working with us, they're working with a responsive government. Okay, I think with this, I'd like to talk about planning. We found that we spent a lot of time in, because the transactions we work on are usually long-term, so we find the importance of proper planning, ensuring that we plan properly to ensure once we take these transactions to market, we have the right sort of information. So I can't overemphasize the need to do proper studies and the need to ensure that a lot of what we do, we've planned properly, and we don't just sort of take these transactions to market without us as a government knowing what it is we exactly want to do. So we found that over the last couple of years, we've spent a lot of time, a lot of resources in ensuring that we've done the right sort of planning to ensure that these projects are successful.
So on Resolution 4, around the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and generally just improving the brand of the state, we did quite a bit of work around helping people be able to even understand where to invest in. So Lagos obviously is the center of investments. More than 75 to 85% of the investment that has coming into the country over the last 5 years comes in through Lagos. And Lagos has done a lot in terms of trying to improve on that investing environment, creating the infrastructure that is needed for things to ride on, establishing things like our free zones, Eco-Atlantic, the Lekki Free Zone, putting in place the right infrastructure like the ports and the soon-to-come airport, and some of the other things that we've done to actually directly create projects. But there are many other investable sectors that people are not aware of, or investors may not necessarily be aware of. So what we've done is we created something called the Deal Book that documents 11 investable sectors in Lagos, including agriculture, housing, real estate, transportation, technology, the free zones and commerce, and many other sectors across the state, giving them a good overview of these sectors, but also detailing in specific terms possible investments that they could do with the government or independently. And this has been really, really successful, has triggered quite a bit of collaboration and some interest from the investing public. In addition to that, we've also held physical events. So we had our first investment roundtable last year. We've also had an investment breakfast focused on agriculture this year. And that has also been a good way for investors to be able to dive deeper and ask more questions.
In the area of encouragement for the SMEs, we have done roads that speaks to ease of movement for the goods and services, namely Old Odo Road, where largely the furniture markets is. Everybody that works in Lagos knows that when you want to buy furniture, locally made furniture, it's along the Old Odo Road. So as a government, we've awarded the construction of that road in rigid concrete pavement, and as I speak, that construction work is ongoing. Also, we've done Irede Road. Irede Road is a bridge project and a road component. It started during the time of Governor Babajide Fashola. So we came in as a government and we actually finished that road. And we not only finished it, we then decided that to ease the movement of goods and services, it would be nice for us to have a jetty at the end, including a car park at the end of that road. That car park road project is finished and completed. The jetty construction work, as I speak, is ongoing, but even in the meantime that one is ongoing, the CFAX jetty. So there's a CFAX jetty just about 1 kilometer away. That enables manufacturers, SMEs who import things from abroad to be able to move those goods, their badges, straight to Alaba International Market. The Public Works Corporation also did some rehabilitation works around the Old Ojo Road as you're moving into the main market. And then, of course, together with the Ministry of Special Duties, firefighting stations are under construction just at the entrance to get into the market. So those are things around what we've done for the furniture market, for the cane markets. In the cane market sector, everybody has been hearing us talk about Okwebi Mende Bridge. Okwebi Mende Bridge, where the Cane Weavers Association are. So we've done roads, the roads around the surrounding roads, and then the big one, which is the bridge.
In terms of our assigned responsibilities in this ministry, major one is youth engagement and empowerment. Well, the idea is to engage our youth. Our youth seem far away from government, they had this feeling of being abandoned by government, and they felt that the government at all levels did not care for them. So our first major work was to find a way to engage our youth. We have a council which is called National Youth Council of Nigeria Lagos State Chapter, which is set up by law and embodies a lot of youth organizations, both uniformed and non-uniformed youth organizations, including community youth as well. This council had been embroiled in various factions for the past 8 years, at the time we came in 2019. And there seemed to be no solution in sight. But we were able to gather all of them together, we were able to resolve the issue, and then we held an election where executive of that council emerged. And with that, we were able to gather a lot of our youth together, including those who participated in the election. What we did was to make it free and fair for everyone to participate. And we did not stop anyone from contesting. We did not come out to say we have a government candidate. Everybody was free. I had spoke to them, spoke to their leaders, and they contested. And then afterwards, we started engaging them. And what Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu charged us here to do was to engage the youth, was to listen to them.
In the second resolution, which is to provide enabling environment for telecoms, Lagos State did something which is very unique in Nigeria, which is to establish a unified duct. The unified duct is made available to telecoms so that they'll be able to run their fiber optics throughout the state, and the most important part of this is there will be no need for the telecoms to dig the ground in order to make connectivity. All they have to do is to negotiate with the concessionaire, which is WTES. From here, they'll be able to reach just about anywhere they want to get to in the Lagos state. This is part of our 3,000 kilometers of fiber. This will extend to 6,000 within the next few years. Of course, we've started seeing results out of this. In the last year, we've seen 5 new data centers in Lagos. All of them are connected to this fiber duct. Google landed an internet cable also in Lagos. This is very significant, and it will go a long way in providing computing facility not only to Lagos, but to the entire nation. In addition, Main One expanded their data center in Lagos. And they were acquired by Equinix. This shows the interest of international community in establishing presence here in Lagos.
So I'll be giving an update on Resolution 1, enabling technology startups and hubs. One of the key vehicles that we use to enable startups in Lagos is the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council. That council was formed as a body to help manage the Science and Innovation Fund for Lagos. What the governor has done since he resumed office was to set aside some money to be funneled into R&D projects and startups, innovative startups in Lagos. And one of the things that LASRIC has done, that's the acronym for the Science Research and Innovation Council of Lagos, is to really drive startup funding in Lagos from the public sector. And so over the past 24 months, we funded over 45 startups in the areas of fintech, construction tech, circular economy, agri-tech, and the like. This is one of the first publicly structured innovation funds in the country, and we are quite enthused about what we've been able to achieve in the past 2 to 2.5 years. A key area or a key pillar of the Science Research and Innovation Council is the R&D pillar. For any country to develop, for any country to be able to create value, there needs to be significant investment in research and development. And so LASRIC has taken upon itself the task of driving R&D initiatives across 4 main universities in Lagos. That's the University of Lagos, Lagos State University, the Lagos State University of Science and Technology, and Yaba College of Technology.
The first resolution was part of projecting Lagos brand and to take advantage of the single African economy. And in that regard, we're aiming to make Lagos State the medical hub for not just Nigeria, the sub-region, but for the continent, to make Lagos the medical destination and tourism center for sub-Saharan Africa. In addition, we had resolutions 8A and 8B, which refer to developing the state health insurance scheme as an all-inclusive financial model for delivering healthcare to all Lagos citizens. And then 8B was the resolution that pays attention to mother and infant nutrition as part of our human capital strategy for Lagos State. Developing Lagos State as the center of medical excellence in Nigeria, in West Africa, and on the continent is a master strategy that started as far back as 2006 during the era of His Excellency Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu, during the development of the health sector reform laws. These laws were established to make Lagos State the center of excellence through all its tiers of healthcare delivery.
One of the areas that I'm particularly happy about that's happened since the Ehingbeti is more access to affordable financing of up to 5 million naira to SMEs through the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. And that facility is really important as we look at helping SMEs who have, as you know, gone through a lot since the COVID-19 lockdown. As we speak, there are about 51% of those SMEs who are led, that are women-led. And I think it's important to appreciate and to really look at the work that the Lagos State. The other agency from a private sector perspective is SMENG. And SMENG has also been very active in helping women-led businesses and youth be more prosperous during this time, and to really look at the importance of resilience and bouncing back from all that's happened during the COVID-19 experience that we all went through. And to have 900 women through SMENG being trained and building their capacity to build up their business is really a good fit. It's really laudable. And then looking at the fact that not only the women that are being supported by the government right now through LESTEF, not only that, but also looking at the fact that young people are having the ability to work.
Since 2021, we've discussed the imperatives and also come up with the main resolutions around which a lot of work has happened. And some of these activities include enabling some verticals, especially the leather industry and the fashion industry as well, with the Fashion Hub. We've also looked at capacity building with partners like Google and the Enterprise Development Center. We've also looked at enabling enterprises by providing access to workspace and access to financing. We've also looked at employability with the LSETF employment fair and sustainable job creation. Finally, infrastructure is one of the key fundamentals and pillars of the digital economy. And that has been facilitated with laying 6,000 kilometers of cable around Lagos State to ensure that we can enable better access, we can enable better enterprises and commerce, as well as enable access to online and digital education. What does the future hold, and what will the Lagos of our dreams in this fourth industrial revolution look like? First of all, we intend to continue to deepen and scale these initiatives that we've started, scale across the state, as well as scale across different in vertical sectors. And second, also, we will intend to think about funding different opportunities through the LASRIC Science and Technology Fund. And finally, we would also continue to work with partners, because partners enable us to continue to deepen and develop all that we do in the state and build and continue to implement the themes agenda.
That supports our effort from the Lagos State University to then create that backbone of human resource supply base, right, that can then support SMEs. We follow that with a lot of short-term to medium-term advisory work around small, micro, small, and medium-term enterprises. And the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is doing quite a lot of that. As they begin to pursue their objective in creating employment for Lagosians, one of the things they must do is intervene directly in the skill base of the micro, small, and medium-term enterprises. The whole idea is to migrate micro businesses from micro businesses to small businesses, and to migrate small businesses from small businesses to medium businesses. Because each of those one-step improvement, right, has a very great impact on employment, on production in Lagos State. That's the second thing we're doing. The third also is to also intervene with capital and incentives in our micro, small, and enterprises ecosystem. So we have set up LASRIC, which is the Lagos State Research Innovation Council. The idea is to be able to support innovation, to be able to support new ideas coming out, and all these are driven by the private sector. So you have a lot of new ideas, a lot of patents coming out from these evaluation done by LASRIC to just make sure that we support our micro and small businesses. What that has done really is that it has put Lagos on the map in Africa as the #1 supporter of startups, right? We are now ahead of Nairobi, we're ahead of Cape Town in that regard.
Under Resolution 4, a number of actions have been taken. So for example, Lagos State is building 16 water terminals just to ensure that we promote water transportation. We're building 8 quality bus corridors so that we begin to transform our bus network. We're also building 2 rail lines out of the 7 which have been highlighted in the Strategic Transport Master Plan. And the idea is that we integrate the whole thing using various methods. So we have launched the Cowrie card, which allows us to integrate using, paying for the various modes of transport using one card. We're also deploying intelligent transport system where people can plan and then they can change from one mode to the other. So you can plan from home, your journey from origin to destination. We're also deploying intelligent transport system just to ensure that people are able to plan their journeys from home and then use various modes of transport. Apart from that, we're developing 2 major interchanges, one at Marina and the other one at Mile 2, and this would enable the various modes of transport to be linked together physically, and that's important for developing the multimodal transport system that the Strategic Transport Master Plan highlighted.
Thank you very much. What a time to be alive. And what a great time to be alive. Thank you for the applause. Thank you. You know, for me as a youth, it's even exciting that I'm able to witness this future of Lagos State that we have all been dreaming about. So again, what a great time to be alive. I'd like to quickly recognize a few dignitaries in our midst. Please let's make welcome with a warm round of applause the British Deputy High Commissioner, Ben Llewellyn-Jones. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. I'd like to also recognize Oba Onisiwo of Abagbo and Tomorrow, Oba Muhammad Muhyiddin Adio Yusuf. Thank you for joining us. Kabiesi. The Managing Director, Polaris Bank, Innocent Eke. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to also recognize the Regional Senior Partner, West Market Area, PwC, Uyi Akpata. Thank you for joining us. The Managing Director, PAL Pensions, SAD Gigi. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'd also like to quickly recognize Mr. David Nosike, who is representing Mrs. Eloho Aiboni, the Managing Director, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company. Thank you very much for joining us. A round of applause for Mr. David, please. Thank you. As we move on today at Ehingbeti 2022, it's my honor and privilege to bring up a distinguished gentleman, an indefatigable gentleman, who is at the forefront of leading the ministry that prepares development plans and annual budget for our dear state, Lagos, and ensures effective monitoring and coordination of budget allocation. At the end of this two-day summit, he will also have the responsibility of running with the resolutions from our conversations on here. Please let's make welcome, with a warm round of applause, the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Sam Egube. A round of applause. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, the indefatigable Governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Mr. Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamsat. I'd like to recognize the heads of embassies and consul generals here present, members of the Lagos State Executive Council that are here present, especially those who have worked tirelessly within the committee, the Honorable Commissioner for Establishment and Training and Pension, and the Special Advisor for Investment and SDGs. I'd like to acknowledge our royal fathers here present, led by the Oba of Lagos, Oba Riwan Akiolu, who is ably represented here by the White Cap Chiefs. Managing directors and heads and captains of industry here present. I'd like to recognize very specially our sponsors, other distinguished guests, especially all of you who are joining online via Zoom. It will be difficult to go without acknowledging the pioneer Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Cardoso, who was at the very beginning of the stories of Ehingbeti. Please, a round of applause for him. Please do allow me to stand on existing protocols. A lot has been said about the place of Ehingbeti in the socio-economic development of Lagos. Lagos is special in many ways than one. It is the major gateway of Nigeria to the world, and the world's gateway to Nigeria. It is the largest food market in sub-Saharan Africa. It is the largest city-state in terms of population in Africa, with over 25 million people occupying about 0.4% of the national space, with over 30% of it occupied and covered by water bodies. It is also the melting pot of cultures, as over 500 languages are spoken by people who call Lagos their home, their place of residence, and their place of business. It is indeed the economic powerhouse of Nigeria. If Lagos was a country, it would be the 6th largest economy in Africa. In terms of resilience, Lagos is rated AAA by Fitch, a rating upgrade. I think Lagos deserves a round of applause for that. It's important to note that this rating upgrade is coming at a globally challenging time where a lot of countries and economies are being downgraded. Your Lagos, my Lagos, our Lagos is being upgraded at this time, and it's a demonstration of the commitment of governance, leadership, and also the contribution and the participation of the good people of Lagos. Lagos is home to about 80% of the headquarters of Nigeria's leading enterprises. It is host to the highest accumulation of national brain power in our state. So with all of that combination, it is really difficult for Lagos to think in any other way apart from to just succeed. And it is for this reason that we pride ourselves in the voices of our people, their choices, and the contribution they make every day towards the socio-economic growth of Lagos. Every major personality in this country always carries a piece of Lagos in their hearts. The quality of the choices that the people of Lagos make is very clear in the quality of leaders they continue to vote for, that are noted for their versatility, their experience, their productive output. These leaders bring with them a selection of cabinet members and heads of governments and agencies that are truly outstanding. And a lot of them are here present. You saw them giving a report, an account to you as to what they did with the past resolutions last year. It is based on this observation of the characteristics, the texture, and the fabric of Lagos that the government of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu resolved that as a state, we will continue to have better outcome if we are able to harness a robust conversation of our people, including our private sector players. That was the bet of Ehingbeti. It is the same wisdom and commitment that led Mr. Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu to say, and I quote, "When Lagos speaks, Babajide Sanwo-Olu listens." He also said that in providing leadership for Lagosians, I take it as a cardinal rule that the true power of the voter lies in continuous engagement with the government beyond the ballot box. Ehingbeti has over the years been established as that platform where people, ideas, subject matter experts, community leaders, and development partners with stakes in Lagos come together to co-create the future of Lagos. It is the place of accountability where we must return every time to give account of past resolutions. I am happy to inform you that of the 222 resolutions reached at the past 8 editions of Ehingbeti, we have implemented 95% of them, which is 210 of those resolutions. Mr. Governor, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Deputy Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are here present, Lagos is not progressing by luck or by accident. It is evolving through the rigor of conversations and exchanges of ideas coming from platforms like Ehingbeti. And the commitment by successive governments of Lagos to commit to the execution of resolutions which are reached in this very place. Indeed, seeing ideas like the Lekki Free Trade Zone, which has now attracted the Dangote refinery and fertilizer plants, both of global significance, shows that what we resolve here for Lagos represents national assets. When we decide, like in the past Ehigbetis, to work with the private sector to develop the Lekki deep sea port, which on completion will be 3 times the capacity of Apapa port, positioning Lagos as one of the top 3 ports in Africa, we must observe that the initiative, by implication, is national in its impact. When we undertake with audacity projects like the blue and red rail lines, not done alone by subnationals around the world, when we turn the International Airport Road from a 4-lane highway to a 10-lane highway, or the Badagry Corridor Expressway from a 4-lane highway to a 10-lane expressway, with the blue line running in between, it is certainly not for Lagos alone, but for Nigeria. The expansion and complete rehabilitation of the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway to a 6-lane reinforced concrete pavement to take on heavy logistic trucks to and fro the Lekki Deep Sea Port, or the bill to create a second energy market in Lagos, are both not just for Lagos, but to create avenues for growth nationally. It is for this reason, ladies and gentlemen, that we say in Lagos and argue everywhere we go, that for the benefit of national growth and nation building, Lagos should not just be treated as a state, but accorded special status as a national asset. Lagos continues to lead the nation in demonstrating what her future can be, and indeed take her into the continent as we pursue the objective of the African agenda for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Time will not permit me to talk about the Imota Rice Mill, the African-themed media and film city, first of its kind in Africa, the food security system and logistic base, which is a wholesale food market with the largest dry and cold storage in Africa, the Mercy Children Hospital at Adeniyi rising from the foundation, and the 1,000-bed psychiatric hospital at Ketu Ejiri, the 4th mainland bridge that connects Lekki to Ikorodu, the Ojota-Okpebi Bridge, the international airport in Ekpe, and the Badagry Deep Sea Port, for which we have gotten approvals to proceed, and many more, too much to mention in this place. Indeed, the future of Lagos excites me, and I think it should excite every one of you that is present here today. I feel honored to play a part in this, and as we all play our parts and participate in the future of Lagos through this summit, we must endeavor in line with our tradition to focus not only on the short-term challenges, but in the long-term view as well. We should observe, acknowledge, and admire the progress that we are making, and not just the drawback we may be experiencing from time to time. We should accept that we have assets and advantages that we can be proud of and that we can leverage off. I say this because as long as the earth remains, we will continue to have challenges that have not been resolved yet, alongside victories over challenges that are being achieved. Indeed, the plane will take off and fly despite the presence of gravity. Also, investment decisions are taken due to observed opportunities and observed progress. That is the spirit of Lagos. That is the spirit of Ehingbeti. I would therefore like to join all the conductors who are here present to tell all of you, go on song. Thank you. Igbega Igbile Eko Ajimosheni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam Egube, Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget for Lagos State. Our Lagos, your Lagos. Next, we have some goodwill messages. And goodwill messages, as you know, are used to show a sense of kindness and friendliness. And they brighten our moods, they motivate, and they create that sense of camaraderie, and they develop relationships. At this time, we will take two of those messages, one from Mr. Kalim Shah, Senior Country Manager for IFC Nigeria, and the other from Dr. Jidema, President, Institute of Directors.
The Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Sanwo-Olu Ulu, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I, on behalf of the IFC, congratulate the Lagos State Government on the 9th Lagos Economic Summit. I wish I could join you in person at this program. I am away in Washington, D.C. for the World Bank Group's annual meetings. Urbanization continues to be a key contributor to sustainable growth through increased productivity and innovation. For Lagos, the impact of urbanization can be seen in its diversified economy across key sectors including manufacturing, construction, transport, services, and small business economic activities that lead to job creation, employment, and sustainable entrepreneurship. With the current estimated population of 23 million people, predicted to become the world's largest city by 2100, with about 88 million residents, the speed and scale of urbanization of Lagos requires a clear, ambitious, and dynamic approach that helps the state meet accelerated demand for affordable housing as well as viable infrastructure. The importance of Lagos's 30-year development plan through 2052 being unveiled today as significant to Lagos's vision to become Africa's model megacity and a global economic and financial hub that is safe, secure, functional, and productive. The plan, which highlights key areas including expanding Lagos's transportation, power and energy, digital, water and sanitation, and waste management infrastructure, building 2 new urban centers in Bagari and Epe to optimize land use and evenly distribute economic and living activity across the state, improving living conditions and social infrastructure by the provision of good quality housing, education, healthcare, and security services, all point to the long-term commitment of the state to improve the welfare and livelihood of all Lagos's residents. Lagos is also highly vulnerable to climate change, classified as the 10th most vulnerable city in the world since 2014. The implementation of Lagos's Climate Action Plan as part of the overall 30-year master plan through adaptation and mitigation measures to address the realities of climate change will ensure that Lagos remains a livable and thriving city. The private sector can play an important role in supporting Lagos to meet these goals. At IFC, we stand ready to support Lagos's ambition to accelerating economic development and growth through our investment, advisory, and technical assistance. I wish you fruitful deliberations at the summit and look forward to joining future discussions. Thank you.
By the Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, it gave our directors the opportunity to make good contributions to the plan. Again, we would like to see excellent feedback mechanism instituted in the plan. At this note, I wish you a successful economic summit.
Thank you. Please let's applaud those messages. Thank you. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we'll take a very special presentation, and this will be done by the Lagos State Education District 3 Choral Group. They were the best team at the just concluded Lagos State Festival of Choral and Classical Music. Lagos is so well-rounded. So we have music, entertainment, education, everything is happening here in Lagos. I'm excited to be Lagosian now. I've claimed Lagos by extension, but I'm excited to be here. We'll have a wonderful presentation now by Lagos State Education District 3 Choral Group. I promise you it will be a thrilling time and you will enjoy it. Let's make a welcome with a warm round of applause the best team at the just concluded Lagos State Festival of Choral Classical Music. The best team, the very best team, the best team. I thought the applause would keep increasing as we now make welcome this amazing choral group for their presentation at Ehingbeti 2022.
Good morning, Mr. Governor, sir, distinguished guests, and other participants. We are students of Education District 3, and we have 2 songs to render. One is Asikolaye by King Sunny Ade and Ash Groove by Thomas Oliphant. That will be sung by the winner of the Lagos State Festival of Oral and Classical Music Competitions, Ms. Blessing Kingsley. Thank you.
search of my love. Here echoes, oh, tell me, where is the sweet maiden? She sleeps near the green turf down by the ash root.
There's quite a lot of meaning in the last song especially, but I'd like to summarize it by just saying, life is a one-time offer, use it well. Can we please give another round of applause for Lagos State Education District 3 Choral Group. I would at this time like to ask that we please pay attention to our screen for a short while. Thank you.
The Executive Governor of Lagos State and the host of Ehingbeti Lagos Economic Summit 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, unless you arrived Lagos not too long ago, or indeed a short while ago, I would need to introduce the gentleman to you. To many, he is that man with a strong desire to join hands with progressives and like minds to effectively engage the system that drives Lagos. A man who believes that the prosperity of Lagos lies in our hands and her promising citizens. His views are quite interesting and premised on the development of a new tribe, a tribe of players that would bring fresh ideas to governance and further discover and unleash the potentialities of Lagos State. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our #1 citizen, Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu.
Thank you very, very much. Ehingbeti 2022, please give yourself a big round of applause. Please let us jointly acknowledge the several thousands that are also joining us online. I think the MC and the organizer should indeed at some point beam out to the several thousands that have joined us online here this morning. I think, to me personally, they're the real deal. They are the ones that have made this what truly it is. Please be seated. I'm told that over 24,000 people registered for the Ehingbeti 2022, and I'm sure several thousands are already online. I think they deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadiri Obafemi Hamzat, Your Excellencies, our Consul Generals and Heads of Missions that are here this morning, let me very, very warmly adopt the very well-established protocols that the two MCs have been putting up this morning for time, because we have international audience that also be speaking to us. And let me say that you are indeed all excellencies, and I'm so excited that you can make out time to be here with us this morning. I know how important it is and how several national and international engagements, you could have been part of. So I want to thank you very much. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th edition of the Lagos Economic Summit under the theme, Charting the Path for a Sustainable Economic Growth. For decades, this summit, has been known as the economic powerhouse and a leading hub, not just for our state, not just for the country, but for entire West Africa. Ehingbeti is a forum for stakeholders in and out of Lagos. It's a forum where its citizens, its businesses, governments, several regulators, civil society, technocrats, our people in academics, funders, donor partners, students, and international players come for exchange of ideas to address potential development roadblocks and to jointly chart forward a path that accelerates a sustainable economic development for our dear state, Lagos. Since its launch over 2 decades ago, exactly in the year 2000, this summit has indeed served as a veritable convening platform for the best and the brightest in class, stakeholders engagement, idea-focused, tailor-made development for Lagosians. I'm pleased to note that it has since earned its place, a solid reputation, and one of the most important intellectual platforms on contemporary policy landscape in our country. It is also, of course, a very important and a serious local for engagement of the public and the private sector. And so, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, we will listen very carefully to policymakers. We'll share thoughts with leading minds. We'll listen to futurists, to disruptors. We'll listen to great innovators and investors. We'll listen amongst economists. And I believe we'll all be united by an abiding focus on the development and the trajectory of this great city we call home, and this great state that has been home to several millions. I believe they will share insights and offer perspectives on the Lagos pathway for the future, and most especially to provide solutions that can be readily implemented within the context of our unique circumstance. Indeed, we're believing that it will further emphasize our homegrown and localized solution that we see as a very, very important tool. We cannot, at this time, still be caught in the myth of just mindless cut and paste from other territories and jurisdictions. Yes, we need to learn from what is happening around the world. We must emulate and be inspired by other nations and other jurisdictions. But indeed, at the end, we believe that we'll be laying a foundation of deep local context and adaptation that will truly, really work for Lagosians. And as the race for the future intensifies, we know that global cities interestingly play a critical role in defining their nation's progress and prosperity. According to the World Bank, and you have listened to also a big expert from the IMF this morning, over 56% of global population reside in cities. Indeed, it's been estimated it will be close to 70% by the year 2050. And about 80% of global GDP currently are generated in cities. And so Lagos, you can see, has a prime manifestation of these statistics, with a GDP that has been pushed, and will continue to see it, to be the 6th or the 7th largest in Africa, meaning that if Lagos were a country, it certainly will stand among the first 10 on the continent of Africa. And of course, if we look around the world, cities are facing a combination of threats and opportunities, which is amplified by globalization, technological hip-hop, climate change, and of course, the very recent global pandemic, the COVID-19. These threats and opportunity are often intertwined, meaning that, for example, whilst the issues around climate change represents both a challenge to life and livelihood, it has also presented great opportunity for innovation and reinvention. In the same manner, COVID-19, which showed an unprecedented and unexpected threat to global peace, claimed several millions of lives around the world, and indeed brought about nations, cities like our own, at some point at standstill. But we believe that at the end of it, it provided a unique opportunity, even for us in Lagos, because it helped us to redesign our public health system, and as well as rethink the conventional way of working and socializing. Like I said, just about 1,000 or less are in this room, but we've got over several thousands, and I'm sure the organizers will tell us how many are joining us online. These are the creative minds that the pandemic has taught the world how to think out of the box. Distinguished participants, Lagos has certainly not been immune to these global challenges. In some ways, we have even been a bit more vulnerable than other parts of the world. For example, you know that our city is a mega city on a coastline, surrounded by 187 kilometers of Atlantic Ocean. Some part of it are below the sea level, and you certainly can feel ocean rising. We can see flood in different parts of the country, and you can begin to feel the effect of climate change. We can begin to see the effect of technological changes, challenges on infrastructure and social services. These are just some of the various challenges that your city, our state, is currently facing. As I noted earlier, while these challenges pose serious threats to our city growth, I see them as also equal opportunity to unlock the great potentials for a bright future. This informs our own thinking in our governing agenda, which I'm sure you all know too well by now, the team's agenda. Standing here as your governor, I'm proud to say that we have kept faith with this agenda in the last 3.5 years, even against the backdrop of global pandemic and economic disruption. Of course, the ones we're even seeing, the war in Ukraine and Russia, and the resulting effects globally. And so the vision is a very critical one, because it is the quality of the vision that determines the quality of its expected outputs. The output can never rise above the level of thinking and a vision that informs it. Ladies and gentlemen, several months leading to this month, we have made concerted efforts towards the conceptualization and development of what I'm truly, truly proud of, a 30-year plan, the Lagos State Development Plan 2022-2052, with an ambition of transforming Lagos into Africa's model megacity. The Lagos State Development Plan 2052 is built around 4 critical strategic pillars: a thriving economy, a human-centric city, modern infrastructure, and of course, effective governance. These 4 pillars will be focusing on 20 strategic areas that will drive this very deep ambition. The long-term development plan has been meticulously devised to accommodate the best of all existing and prior higher-level policy documents that we've ever put together. We believe it will outlive us. It will even outlive our current team's agenda, and it will be the beginning of a bigger Lagos, a rising Lagos, a greater Lagos that we all talk about. I think Lagos deserves another round of applause. And so, in line with ongoing works to fine-tune this Lagos State Development Plan 2052, the focus of this year's Ehingbeti Summit will be on the long-term sustainable socio-economic development for our state. The implementation of this development plan requires a purposeful and a dedicated leadership. This is our own unwavering promise to you all. As a government and your government that will provide that required leadership to move us from just an idea to an action, to move us to be able to transform Lagos from just a mega city to a model mega city that is safe, that is secure, that is globally competitive, and a truly, truly resilient city that works for all. As we look forward to our belief that Lagos will continue to achieve its potential, what will be built with our resilience and what will be built will be a strong resilience, our rich heritage of culture, our great innovative minds, and a very, very inspiring entrepreneurship spirit. And most importantly, above all, our people. I'm excited to be standing here today. I'm excited to be your 15th governor. I'm excited to what the Lagos State Development Plan 2050 has to offer our great state today and into the future. As I close, it is important for us to look forward, as I do, to the great discussions and to the engagements that will happen over the next 2 days. We will be presenting a document that we believe is life, a document that will reflect the yearnings and the aspiration as we move along. I have no doubt that we will be here with rich and robust deliberation today and tomorrow. I think it's important for me, before I leave, to say a big, big thank you to the leadership and to the founding fathers of the Ehingbeti Summit. Interestingly, the man today stands as a presidential candidate, and it's our belief that indeed what they could conceive 22 years ago, if given the opportunity to be the president of this country, would certainly set this country on a great path. I stand to acknowledge the leadership of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and of course, great minds like my Egbon, Mr. Yemi Cardoso, who I joined in less than 2 years of that government to lead a summit that every time it has outlived the last summit to create a bigger pedestrian for itself. I certainly will not end this without thanking the organizers of this particular 9th edition, Sam Egube, you are continuing to earn your bill. Mary Edwelumo, who has come out here this morning to formally acknowledge that she's in truth a Lagosian, born, bred, she's anchored in Lagos, and for the great works that all of you, both in the public and private sector, being also shaped by Mr. Deputy Governor to the things that you've put together here today. I want to thank all of our great speakers, the participants that will also be joining us. I say a big thank you to all of you for graciously accepting this our invitation and for being part of Future of Lagos. And to our great youths, to all of the minds that are CEOs in their own sphere, that have created businesses that we even 20, 30 years ago cannot think of, that have continued to innovate for our country, that have continued to be the rallying point for our future, for our tomorrow. The great minds that we have in our midst and are watching us online. This is for you. This is about your future. Get into the room and get the conversation started. Thank you all very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Can we give a rousing applause for the most excellent, dedicated, hardworking Governor of Lagos State? Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Lagos of our dreams. It's such an honor to witness Ehingbeti 2022 and also listen to our governor speak to us about what the future of Lagos looks like. I'm excited, and if you are as well, please let's applaud our visionary leader, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, one more time. Thank you. Very specially, we'd like to again acknowledge and recognize our online community, the thousands of participants who are joining us virtually today. Can we please celebrate them? Let them hear the applause. We are applauding you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining this conversation, because it does say something. You are also as passionate about Lagos State as we are physically here in the room. So let us know where you're joining us from. I know people are joining from different parts of the world, not just Lagos, not just Nigeria. You also want to be a part of what's happening right here at the economic capital of Nigeria. So thank you again for being here virtually. Thank you for joining us. It is often said that history can never be wiped out. And even if history is wiped out, it will go down in history that history was wiped out. History of Ehingbeti, however, will never be wiped out. We will now watch a documentary that details the history, the journey of Ehingbeti from date till inception. From inception, beg your pardon, till date. Can we please focus on the multimedia screen as we now watch the Ehingbeti documentary that shows us the journey so far?
I talk about Lagos. If I talk about Lagos then, it was Nigeria's capital and it was also the commercial center.
By demography, we're a very tiny state compared to other states in the country, but we're the largest economy.
Lagos basically sits and prospers by the trade and the activities of its people around the trade.
There's just something about Lagos. There's the energy, there's the bubble. That's how vibrant the place is.
That's who I humbly have the responsibility to be their governor.
Lagos provides you the opportunities most likely you won't find in other spaces.
Lagos is one big market, and that is why we've called our Lagos Economic Summit. Ehingbeti.
It's an economic summit that looks at what are we doing, what can we do better, and we bring people around the world.
The first Ehingbeti Summit was done in the year 2000, and it was all about partnerships.
Because it is at the heart of what Lagos actually represents.
Lagos has existed as far back as the 15th century as Eko, a name given to it by the Awori, an affluent Yoruba tribe who discovered the city. The Aworis were the first to explore this coastal state's economic potential. It soon caught the attention of the Portuguese, who gave the area the name we all know today as Lagos, meaning lakes. Eventually colonized by the British, the area transformed into a cosmopolitan region that served as Nigeria's federal capital until 1991. Lagos automatically became the commercial capital of Nigeria and indeed Africa, with lands that has fewer natural resources. Today, Lagos has earned its reputation as a self-sustaining state. A major contributor to this status is the impact of the Lagos Economic Summit, Ehingbeti, introduced 21 years ago as an indigenous forum for socio-economic transformation. With the help of former administrations, Ehingbeti has championed the cause of infrastructure, development, and growth.
I was not there at the beginning, but that tradition of accountability has been sustained over the years. From the beginning, when men like Yemi Kadusu, who is the current chairman for Citibank, was commissioner for economic planning, when they began this with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, through Fashola up till now, we still must account.
The first Ehingbeti Summit was done in the year 2000, and it was all about partnerships. Multi-stakeholder involvement was one of the bedrocks of Ehingbeti.
So the essence is to allow us to grow our economy, grow our state, be able to bring people who have expertise to do it better.
Because at the time we had the World Bank, we had the UNDP, all those bodies came in as observers. Sometimes it's helpful to have an international perspective to say, look, if you have been doing something in a particular way, it didn't work, then maybe this is another way to do it, and in other countries they've done it in such and such a way.
The last one, I think we brought Mo Ibrahim. Mo Ibrahim is a billionaire that we all know around the world. We brought the president of Georgia, we brought people from Chile, people who have done something practical.
Having all these different groups work side by side benefited Lagos tremendously and brought an ownership into the things that were done. So it was no longer a case of only government is making these decisions, but they are decisions that are being made collectively.
Lagos actually is built by the collective contribution of her citizens. We cannot see everything in government 360 degrees. It is joining with the people of Lagos that actually makes us very formidable and strong.
Most of the governors have had a taste of private sector life. Most of the governors in Lagos agree that government cannot do everything, and we need the private sector, and we need that vibrancy. This is who we are. And so they listen to all of that.
The current administration, under the leadership of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has taken this mission a step further with the introduction of the Themes Agenda.
When we look at things like the Themes Agenda, those were things that came out of consultations with the people of Lagos. Until today, even in the budgeting process, we continue to hold consultative fora around the divisions of Lagos. So the governance of Lagos requires very deliberate participation from the people of Lagos.
The development of the framework has been designed to propel the state in an upward trajectory.
This administration came into power about 3.5 years ago, and I'm sure you know that we've been driven by our 6 pillars of economic agenda, which we call the Themes Agenda. And on each and every one of them, there's been interventions. On the first one, which is on traffic management, and transportation, you could see that the conversation has been around having an integrated urban mass transportation system where we're utilizing both the rail, the waterways, and the road infrastructure.
In 1999, there are about 9,100 roads in Lagos. Only 7% were tarred in 1999. Today, it's about 49%. So we are moving, and that 9,100 is a lot more, because now you have Lekki Link Bridge. You have many bridges or roads that were not existing there. So there has been major improvement.
So the plan is not focused only on what Lagos State government will do. And that is a narration that we always want to remove from the mind of the people. Lagos belongs to all of us, because that plan is designed, therefore, to be a people's plan.
So when you say plans, so there are fiscal planning in terms of area planning. So Ikoyi Master Plan, Victoria Land Master Plan. There are also developmental plans. So a lot of the developmental plans, that's the essence of why we do things like Ehingbeti and the rest of them. So developmental plans, a lot of things came out of that. And I'll give you some few examples. BRT, for example, is an outcome of one of the developer plans.
So far, under the transportation pillar, the administration introduced the first state-owned modern ride-hailing service into the market, whilst commissioning a new bus terminal and a new range of BRT buses, multiple ferries across the state, the train terminal in Yaba, and the soon-to-be-completed Lagos Blue Line rail service.
By the time the two rail are finished, the red line gives you 9 overhead bridges. What does that mean? Because the rail will be flying intra-city, and we don't want to be stopping. You go around the world, you see when the train is coming, everybody stops. If that happens, it will shut down the state. And as such, so the rail is moving, so we are now having overpasses so that the cars can continue to go while the rail is going.
So when we talk about the free trade zone is that place that now houses the largest refinery in the world. It's what houses Dangote fertilizer industry. It's what houses the deep sea port. That deep sea port is so consequential to the development of Lagos. It is 3 times the capacity of a proper port. All of those have their origins in Ehingbeti. Is the reason why the 4th Mainland Bridge must happen. Is the reason why the media city must happen, because we feel Ekpe is going to be an entertainment hub with its seaway, waterways, and all of that. So there's excitement when you look towards Ekpe.
It's exciting to be part of it and to see it happen. So I think there's probably no sector that the ideas have not touched.
We have another big chunk in agriculture, and the idea behind all of this is if we can provide access to affordable financing to businesses, small and medium enterprises, startups, they're able to increase their productivity and create jobs.
I mean, the other one is the rice mill, the Malta rice mill, also came from Ehingbeti. I could go on about the projects, that Ehingbeti has brought about.
So people will come to Lagos because of the successes. Now, are there things we should do better? Absolutely, a whole lot of things. So in terms of technology, transportation, we are moving and we are improving.
Investments under the health and environment pillar proved highly effective in recent times, especially during the fight against the COVID-19 virus. In 2021, WHO ranked Nigeria as one of the most resilient countries in the world to curtail the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic.
First of all, to thank the private sector, because you cannot tell the history of Lagos and the progress that Lagos has made without really giving credit to the private sector and to the people of Lagos. You saw what they did during COVID, when they give Lagos a lot of accolades, or even Nigeria. Lagos was the epicenter. And we fought that hard battle on the government side with Mr. Governor as incident commander, but you saw also the private sector rising up to the challenge and intervening. But not only that, the people of Lagos in their own small communities and ways rose up on the day of battle, and they fought also. And that partnership is what created the mesh that made Lagos very resistant to the pandemic.
You know, COVID taught us, you know, that we needed to build back, you know, stronger and better, because we couldn't go anywhere. Everybody, all of us were stuck in, so we needed to increase and improve, you know, our health infrastructure. Year on year, we also increased our budget allocation on health space, but more importantly is to be able to also equip, you know, very, very deeply our frontline health workers. In the event of a future pandemic, Lagos can respond, you know, quicker, faster, and even better. So that's why we also said that we're trying to build an infectious disease research center for Lagos.
The education and technology pillar has ushered in the completion of 1,200 projects in over 1,000 schools across Lagos State. These projects include the renovation of schools, construction of new structures, and development of purpose-driven educational policies and initiatives.
We have bright people here. I think what would need to happen is that the government would have to work very closely with the private sector to sort of re-engineer, the curriculum, and to identify what the private sector, not just in Nigeria or Lagos needs, but worldwide needs, and help to train the youth in that area.
We have a program that's called an Idea Hub, where businesses go through 12 weeks with mentors across different parts of the business, HR, admin, finance. The idea is to help you begin, instead of going to a business school, you're learning from people that are actually doing it, practicalizing it, and we hope that you can turn that idea into a commercial business that can then grow.
Keeping with the trend of this upward momentum, the state has experienced an exponential economic upturn with the addition of new sectors and the improvement of existing ones.
In terms of economic activity and direction, I think in the same way as the financial sector has made Lagos its home and thrive, there are other newer sectors that have done the same, which were not there before. I'm talking about ICT, you know, the tech industry. Lagos is the home of tech in Nigeria, almost in the region, even entertainment.
You know, entertainment industry in Lagos is massive, is big, we're the centerpiece in Africa. And so as the government will continue to upscale, you know, that industry, we'll continue to partner with them, give them training, support them with grants, you know, support them with developments, and ensure that the critical today and future players in that space, you know, have a place where they can call home.
We're sector agnostic and therefore support any sector or industry, whether it's technology, agriculture, creative industry. We're very strategic about the creative industry, especially as it has become the second highest employer of labor.
And those creative industries are going to help to transform Lagos because they are growth sectors.
The environment and tourism pillar of the theme's agenda has been bolstered even more with the addition of leisure areas and environmental policies that have made Lagos cleaner, safer, and more environmentally sustainable.
Before, we don't know how to manage waste. There are heaps of garbage all over the place in Lagos. So we've been able to have institutions around a lot of the states, garbage management. That's why we have LOMA. We are now able to have traffic control. That's why we have LASMA. So we've been able to involve a lot of institutional history, institutional processes around our problems. And that's how society starts. We've been planting trees, but how do you know the number of trees to plant? So part of the science of saying you need to plant 10,000 trees in order to reduce this is part of what came out of one of the development. So there are so many things.
Lagos is beautiful. It has waterways. It has everything. I go into a boat and you admire the natural beauty of Lagos.
My future Lagos will be a Lagos that is clean. And that is clean because everybody in Lagos decides that it should be clean.
Ehingbeti is one very significant platform upon which the architecture of the future of Lagos is determined. I'm happy to inform you that over the years we've done 8 Ehingbetis and we've had 222 resolutions. Out of the 222 resolutions, we've implemented 210, which is 95% in performance, and we continue to execute.
Last year was the 20-year anniversary of Ehingbeti Economic Summit, but I was very pleased when I was asked to come back to co-chair the Ehingbeti, the 20th anniversary, and I was very happy reviewing all the different things that had been accomplished, which we really didn't think too much of at the time, but posterity has shown. For example, the link bridge, the Ikoyi link bridge.
Look at fintech. It's easy for us to forget that in order to do transactions, people had to use their lunch break because they had to go to the bank and go and pay money, then go and do this. And now you're here, in 5 minutes you can, do all of your transactions.
And I can go on and on and on to tell you, just say modern Lagos has developed as a result of consecutive conversations around Ehingbeti. Even the tax systems, right, how it evolved in Lagos, that now we are looking like undisputed leaders, right? But it all has its history in Ehingbeti.
So a lot of the things that we see here, and coming back to that seat of working with the Commissioner Sami Gwibe last year when this was done, it was quite fulfilling to see that so much had been accomplished.
This year, the 9th edition and the
Our Lagos as the land of
the Economic Summit.
With the Ehingbeti Summit, investors and citizens alike will discover the roadmap that will truly mark our Lagos as the land of opportunity
on
that
a global
it is.
scale. And so for me, I'm seeing this summit as a huge platform where we can indeed position and place Lagos on a global scale at the level that we have not seen before, where people can truly really now be interested and be excited about the conversations of Lagos, what it's about, what its people are known for, and what are the capabilities.
And we demonstrate and show what Lagos, we are launching also the 30-year development plan, which is a very, very significant document, and will demonstrate and show what Lagos will look like in the future.
So really, it's about the younger conversation. That's why we're excited with the level of engagement that we have seen with various stakeholders up until now. And so we believe that Ehingbeti should be a platform where we put this document forward, as a living document. It's certainly not a static document, as a living document that it can help our government and successive government to tinker with, how or where Lagos, should be 30 years down.
Africa's most populous black city is now set for a thriving future, which will constantly be echoed worldwide and propel Lagos State to the next echelon of prosperity.
Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni o.
If I talk about Lagos,
Left to right, development rising.
Ehingbeti, today, thank you very much. You never really realize how far you have gone until you see documentaries like this. So let's celebrate every single person who worked tirelessly to put this beautiful documentary together. Can we please celebrate them? Thank you. When we have a summit of this magnitude, there are definitely people on whose arms and shoulders we are leaning on. At this point, I'd like to quickly thank and recognize all our sponsors. In the gold category, we'd like to thank Access Bank. Can we please celebrate Access Bank? Thank you. Also in the gold category, we have Conference 57. Thank you. As I call them, please let's keep the applause coming. Thank you. Under the silver category, we have Lotus Bank. We have Zenith Bank, FMDQ, First Bank, CCECC. Under the bronze category, we have Sterling Bank, we have Polaris Bank, we have PwC, we have UBA, we have FCMB, we have Julius Berger, Huawei, Keystone Bank, Badagry Port, Development Limited, and then we have other major sponsors. We thank you all. We have Providus Bank, thank you, Vertiva Capital, FSDH, POW Pensions, LAM Insurance, beg your pardon, and LAM Insurance, ICO Insurance, Wema Bank, AXA Mansard, ARM Pension, ES Holding, and NLPC Pensions. Thank you so much to all our sponsors who have made today possible. Thank you. Ehingbeti 2022 is totally different. You know, it's cliche to say that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. But I dare say that the youth are the leaders and change makers of today. At Ehingbeti 2022, thank you. I thought you were going to applaud us because I'm a youth and I'm excited to witness this beautiful and momentous occasion for several reasons. You know, even the administration of Mr. Governor, Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, they recognize that the youth are change makers and they are at the forefront of innovative ideas. So right now, we will be having something completely different. We have an expanded fireside chat. And you want to guess who will be moderating this fireside chat? Do you want to guess? Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To moderate this expanded fireside chat, it gives me great pleasure to welcome an outstanding leader, a passionate leader, a visionary man. Let's make welcome Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Mr. Governor of Lagos State. Thank you. The governor listens, he cares, he understands the import of having the youth at the center of decision making. So we're going to bring up some of our high flyers very quickly. The governor will be speaking to them and we'll flip the tables. They won't be asking the governor questions, the governor will be asking them questions. Ehingbeti 2022, the future is here. Thank you. Are you excited about the future? A round of applause for the future. Thank you. Welcome to the future. To join Mr. Governor on stage, please let's make welcome Sandra Chukwudozie, who was listed Forbes 30 under 30. A round of applause for Sandra. Thank you. Joining them upstage is Akin Alabi from Corporate Farmers. A round of applause for Mr. Akin Alabi. Thank you. Akin Alabi is a farmer and is a proud one at that. Thank you. We have from the Kugali boys, we have Toluwakin Olowo Foyeku joining them on stage. A round of applause, please. Also joining this expanded fireside chat is Tolulope Makinwa, the winner of the Digital Activation Materials for Inclusivity. Thank you very much. And finally, last but definitely not the least, joining this conversation, we have Sean Brewers from Ingressive for Good. A round of applause for Sean, please. Thank you. I'll now gladly and delightfully hand over to Mr. Governor to take over the conversations from here. Over to you, Mr. Governor.
Thank you very much. I think Muji Bade, she deserves a round of applause too. Yeah. I mean, it's such, I mean, and so while we're doing that, you can see that my panelists today, they're all smarter, you know, they're all more intelligent than I am, and it's such an honor, you know, to be with the midst of all of you this morning, and to just have, you know, a conversation, right? Just to share a few thoughts about what you think, you know, what we think we should be doing differently, and what our own views, you know, on Lagos. I've read your resume, and each and every one of you truly, really deserves a space, you know, on this platform today. Please give them a round of applause. So we'll start, you know, something very calm, you know, and so it's going to be a question for all of you for a minute, just to tell me, you know, what do you think, you know, when you reflect, when you think back, what do you think about Lagos resonate with you the most? You know, what exactly, what is that thing about Lagos, you know, that makes you wake up in the morning? You know, what is that one thing about Lagos that resonates with you very, very well? So I'll start with you. I think we'll just start with you. Sandra, yes, yes.
My dearest Governor, I want to say that I'm so honored to be having a seat at this table. And I think it speaks to the testament of the fact that you see us young people as the leaders of today and not tomorrow. And for me, thank you. So for me, what resonates with me is that Lagos brought out the diamond in me. And you know that for you to be a diamond, you must go through fire. So 5 years ago, I left a promising career at the United Nations because I had a vision for my country. And I came back home to Lagos because I believed that I could be one of the young people who were leading the clean energy transition in Nigeria through solar. Now, as every young person, my goal was to also unite fellow young people who were just as hungry and vibrant as me, just because I thought that they are the ones that have the key to this future that we want to have. But as every young person, I didn't even know that I had a massive challenge ahead of me. I made mistakes along the way. I didn't even know the challenges, the market I was targeting, but most importantly, I had to learn. I think what I love about Lagos is the fact that I learned how to survive and thrive. You see, when you are in a survival state, your why is purified. Why do you want to be a leader? Why do you want to solve this problem? And I think what helped me survive is the fact that where other people were seeing challenges, I was looking at opportunity. And Lagos has brought out an audacity in me that makes me proud to say that
Let's give her a round of applause. Sandra had said Lagos has brought out the audacity. You know, she had learned to survive, you know, and thrive in Lagos. I mean, these are very strong words. Aki, what would you say?
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. And now, because I'm a farmer, and because this is the month of World Food Day, I think I need to start my conversation by this song, by saying, Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ níṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa, ẹni òṣìṣẹ́ á máa jalè, ìwé kíkọ́ láìsí technology, kò yí pé o, kò yí pé o. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Governor, today, the food sector, basically, it's actually, or the agricultural sector, is one of the biggest sectors today that encompasses all other sectors. And for Lagos State, from statistics, we consume well over between 4 billion naira to 5 billion naira daily on food alone in Lagos. Now, annually, Lagos consumes more of about 5-6 billion naira in terms of food. The question is, it shows how big that ecosystem is in Lagos alone. The question is, how best has Lagos been able to tap into the opportunities within the single sector called food? And that's the good things I've seen about Lagos when I wake up every day. And I see projects that Lagos has done to implement food sector. For example, the motorized project. Number 2, when you launched out the food security and logistics hubs. These are hubs which we can begin to build center hubs for young agripreneurs around this entire ecosystem and make us wealthy millionaires. So we can leave that advent and see farmers as paupers, because farmers are the wealthiest, are the one that will grow rich and make everybody become wealthy today in the economy at large. Thank you.
This Akin wants to make money. Oh. So he sees opportunity in Lagos. The market is there. Government are putting institutions together to ensure that, the likes of Akin can indeed, be a first-class, technology-driven farmers. Tolu, you were online the other day when I had a session. I mean, such an honor to see you. What are your views about Lagos?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So, straight to the point, what resonates with me about Lagos? I've already heard the word twice here today, and it is the audacity. My co-founder, Hamid Ibrahim, co-founder of Kugali, we're working on a show with Disney Animation, and the show is based in Lagos. So even though he's from Uganda, Hamid is from Uganda, but he has to direct the visuals of the show. So he had to ask me, he asked me directly, he was here, actually he stayed in this hotel, and he asked me, what is your favorite thing about Lagos? I thought about it for a few seconds, and I told him the audacity. And he said, I've been looking for a word to articulate what I've been feeling. That is it, it's audacity. And I'm surprised you just said the same word. Yeah, so I think that is the spirit of Lagos to me, and that is what resonates with me, because I'm an audacious person by nature.
Thank you. Tolu and his partner, they're going to develop what will be one of the biggest animation markets, in the world. With who now?
Disney Animation.
Disney, exactly. So please let's give Tolu a big round of applause. We have two Tolus. Tolu Lokwe, what are your own views? Yes.
Can I just take a breather to say, Anybody who is in my shoe today would know that it is not just having audacity, but the fact that you can have audacity of hope. And that is what I have today. I started a social enterprise this year, March 4, and we work with early stage social enterprises, female-led early stage social enterprises, because we believe that the solution economy is the next big thing for Africa. And when we talk about the solution economy, we are talking about social responsible investing, venture philanthropy. We are talking about CSRs. We are talking about addressing core problems, right? Addressing societal and environmental problem at the base of the pyramid. And the base of the pyramid is worth billions of US dollars. The solution economy is worth trillions of dollars in impact. And having to start this vision from my bedroom, launched in Sheraton this year, March, and now we've expanded to a lot of African countries, in Kigali, in Maputo, in Accra, and now in Lagos. It tells a lot about Lagos State for me, because we launched in Lagos, and now we've expanded from Lagos. In the 20th century, Lagos State was basically government-dominated model. It ran through government-dominated model. But in the 21st century, it is not just the government that is playing a major role. You and I, social entrepreneurs, innovators from the public, from the private, from the third sector, the fourth sector, are now working collectively with the government. And that, for me, is one thing that resonates with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tolu. Thank you. They're building their future already. Government should not be a disruptor. Government should just be an enabler so that you can fly, and get to all of this. Sean, what are your views?
Mr. Governor, hello? Okay. So, Mr. Governor, distinguished guests, participants, and panelists, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. So for me, I'll start with a little bit of my story. So when I tell people that I escaped America to come to Lagos to find my, thank you. Yes. I always get funny looks. I never get this type of applause. I always get funny looks. But it's been here that I was able to find my purpose in my work. I was able to find my wife. I was able to find so many amazing things. Thank you. And with that being said, it was because I came here with a certain mindset. I saw Lagos, Nigeria, meaning to Africa, what I saw New York City, what I saw London, what I saw Hong Kong, meaning to those countries and those continents. There was a responsibility, there was a weight, there was a gravity that drew the greatest, the brightest minds and the most innovative people to this city. Now, do we have a little bit further to go? Yes, but for those who are taking the risk, those who are jumping in with both feet, you start to see results. For me, we were able to launch a community of 200,000 people in 150 countries. We were able to train 130,000 people, and then we were able to build this community on the back of strong Lagosian women that stood as an example of something for people to connect to, that gave other women something to aspire to. So it's with that being said that I do not think that this would have been possible if I would have went to any other city than Lagos. So with that being said, the ripples that you make here in Lagos will be waves all around the world, and I'm very proud to be here.
Thank you very much. So you can see the Lagos story turning out. So I'll just wrap two questions in one. Certainly you've seen that there are great opportunities, you've seen it and you've been able to identify it. But each one of you will just also have the same question again. So you've seen that. What would you now be telling, your peer, young people like yourselves, who are probably still not so sure, who are not, they don't have the audacity yet, they don't have the ability to make that first step, what would you be telling them, and how do you think, government can help, to take over this ownership and integrate them into the system? Sandra, I'll give you the first shot again.
Thank you. So I believe that young people should be looking at every age to solve a problem. You are called to serve humanity, to serve your country, and to serve your state. And I think one very big one is the energy gap that we have in Nigeria. We have over 80 million Nigerians who do not have access to clean energy. And it's a big opportunity for young people to come in and really tap into solving this problem. And for example, with the work that my company does, we empower young people to work in various value chains. Sales agents, distributors, payment collectors, installers, and the goal is that we want these people to be part of that architecture because we have a youth bulge, and this youth bulge can either be a demographic dividend or a demographic time bomb. And I'm proud that young people like me, 500 of us, are able to distribute solar home solutions like this to over 500,000 Nigerians, and we're proud of the work that we are doing.
Please give it for Sandra, She needs a whole lot more. She's given all of you, right, an opportunity to say that. Take the first step. Take the right step. It's available. The numbers are there. That opportunity could be a burden or it could be a blessing. She had said that it's a blessing and it could be a blessing for so many others. Tolu, what do you think?
Okay, so the two questions. The first one, I'll say, Lagos is good soil, and if you are on good soil, then your own input is what matters. I know there are places where you could be giving the right kind of input and not get out the right kind of output. But for a place like this, what I will advise young people is be competent. And by that I mean choose your hard. Being lazy and being poor is hard. Being hardworking and being rich is hard. Being healthy and fit is hard. Being unhealthy and unfit is hard. So choose your own difficulty. Whichever way, it's going to be hard.
Choose your own hustle. Choose your own hustle. Japa is not the solution. Anyhow it is hard. That's what Tolu had said. Anyhow. It is hard. Know what you can deal with and go deal with it. Go fix it. That's the only way out. There are no shortcomings. Tolu, thank you. Sean, what do you think? Because I'm getting really excited with all of these comments. Thank you. What do you think?
I think that when you sit around and you look and you see that for almost every developed country, they have an office, an embassy, a consulate. If you look at almost every major company, the Googles, the Microsofts, and so much of the world, they are here. They have offices here. So we have to start looking at Lagos for the opportunity that it is. Young people need to start looking at where can they plug into the areas, I don't want to say of least resistance, but the areas that align with what they are able to do. Look within tech, I would always say, for those skill sets that resonate with you. They're like what we call Power 5 tech skills. So you're looking at software development, you're looking at data science, you're looking at product management, you're looking at design, and then you're looking at tech marketing. These are 5 core areas where if you have a laptop, light, and data, you can build the next multi-million-dollar company. For us, the perfect example we like to use is there was this campus ambassador program that we were running in 2018. These 2 students got together and decided to solve their own local problem, and they decided that they like starting companies together. So what they were able to do after a few years was basically come together as founders, come to our sister company, Aggressive Capital, for some investment, and now they are a $30 million company. Wow. But that started off with them just being 2 students really pushing and finding their way. So there are opportunities here, but like everybody is saying, audacity, elbow, grit, determination, like all of those things are relevant.
Thank you very much, Sean. I think the words are popping out, and we all have something to take back home. Aki, what would you say?
So what I would say is this: take charge. You need to take charge. Now, what we did when we took charge was during COVID-19. 1, we created Africa's biggest digital agricultural e-learning platform. We took charge by designing that. It cost us a lot, but we took charge by doing that. 2, we wrote a book for young agripreneurs called The Rise of Digital Agriculture. We took charge because we had to do that. Youth need to take charge of that and take advantage of wherever they are today in society. Because if you don't do that, you're going to keep forming excuses, and they will not see the opportunities, especially around Lagos. And most importantly, it's needed for every youth, especially in Lagos, to see every opportunity and convert that into a wealth creation opportunity, so that together we can build a future Lagos, and we can build a Lagos that would create wealth for our unborn children. Thank you.
Akin says we need to take charge. You can't sit on the fence. You can't, that's not something that it's fashionable, it's not trendy. You have to take charge. Don't be scared about failing. Each time you fall, get up again. Each time you fall, get up again. It's not an easy line, it's not an easy way, but certainly making the first step, making the right step is the way to go. Thank you very much. What are your own thoughts on this?
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. First thing first, I'd like to demystify the concept of doing big things. So a lot of people feel, or young people feel like until I do the big things, that's when I can be seen. So I'd like to demystify that concept. Nothing is really a big thing, really. Everything big started small, right? And so there is a concept of local action that transcends into global impact. So how can you begin to invest, to harness your skill within your little community? It is the fact that you are able to communicate within your community, the fact that you are able to provide solutions within your community for girls, for women, for men, that can transcend into global action is how you move. So a lot of young people are somehow weighed down at the thought of, I need to do big things to be seen. One thing I love about the Lagos state government is the fact that there are several divisions: Ibile, Ikorodu, Badagry, Ikeja, Lagos Island, and Ekpe. Under these divisions, you would find younger people. I mean, there are parliaments and there are youth representatives that you can as well pitch your tent with. And then ask them that what is the major problems here that exist within our division, and how can I develop a solution within the SDG? Now we have the Office of the SDG and Investment. How can I work with these people to ensure that I am driving home initiatives? And please remember, every young person, please remember, local action will definitely transcend into global impact. And secondly, sir, your question on how the government can support, oh my goodness, I love that, because I think this is my time to pitch. But anyway, how the government can support young people is by strengthening the communication strategy, in the sense that, like I've mentioned, we have divisions. So are the voices of young people heard? And are their concerns addressed? If the voices of young people are not heard, and if their concerns are not addressed, then it just makes them feel, oh, okay, nothing is happening, so why do I need to? So first thing first, Mr. Governor, please kindly ensure that there is some sort of strengthened communication strategy that puts young people at the heart of development. Thank you.
Thank you very, 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 very much. I think the points are not lost. First, she said, think local, act global, right? You, from your local community, you can be a strategic, interventor. And once you intervene, you can begin to take it global, right? The market is global, but you start from your local resource. And I think that's one of the greatest points to take away. And the points that she left us with are the kind of things that actually keep me awake as well. How do we as government continue this conversation? How do we ensure that we can create that space? We don't know it all. Truth be said. We just didn't drop out to have, we're not like this 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 15 years ago, right? We were not doing engagement like this, where even social distancing, activating an international conference like this, where you have 10 more size people reviewing from their houses. These are the kind of things that have disrupted and changed everything about all of us. In the last 3 years, so I'll be the first to say that there has been huge disruption. And as a government, we need to be able to live up to it and come out of our shell and be able to converse, and get that engagement on. So part of the things I'm going to be committing to is that we need to activate and improve social inclusion in everything we're doing. We need to activate more, and be able to take our conversations more, like you said, into the regional spaces and into our local community, where we can indeed have youth representation more and listen more and be able to take those in. So social inclusion, social engagement, youth inclusion, youth engagement, it's so critical. But one of the things that we don't want to do, we don't want to create, obstruction by ourselves. We just want to create that platform, and we can step back, because now government, is always very bureaucratic. So we don't want to, get into your space, right, and now cause a lot of disruption. We just want to have that avenue, have that conversation, and be able to step out, step back, and you be able to take charge of it. Tolu, you have a question you wanted to say?
Yes. Thank you. So I have a question with regards to what the government will do or can do for nascent industries. So the industry in which I work in, comics, animation, video game, that industry practically does not exist in Nigeria at all. There's no animation industry or comics industry. My peers and I, even our competitors, we are building the industry from the ground up. And so you go and register with CAC, and your industry doesn't even exist there. Not just mine, I know that hers as well. She couldn't, I'm speaking about Tolu, she couldn't register with the exact
narration.
Yes, which this sector she falls into.
So those are some of the new things that, and I need to link you up with my son. My son actually also is an innovator, is animation, whatever. That's what he wants to do. I don't know what maybe. So we have to, economic plan. So we have to think out of the box. We cannot go with the set, lines of engagement or set, areas of specificity that we're used to. Mary, it's all of us to now be able to think. PW should be very creative. Let's look for, the future of work. What are those new sectors that hitherto are not in existence that we need to now be able to create those platforms for, those headrooms for, so that they are not lost, in trying to see what profession, and you don't even have anything called animation in the list of possible professions that we have. And those are some of the things that we need to do. We need to be, very proactive on and have a lot more youth, engagements in our conversations, in all of the processes, and procedures and the things that we do at our various MDAs. If you ask me, I would have just told you to tech. I would have just said, I just go and mean science and tech, but it's not. And so those are some of the things where we're also learning, and we're seeing that indeed there's been a lot of disruption, and it's only when we have these kind of conversations that we can, make it better. For Sandra, and I'll just say, it's just energy. It's much, much more than energy. There's a science to what you're doing. There's a science to what you want, you want us to do. I think the time has cut us off. I think we just need to respect so that we can get into another session. I think you've seen that I've had a very, very fantastic panel, this morning, and I want you to give all of them a big round of applause. I have learned one thing or the other, the power of the audacity, act local, but think local, but act global, see Lagos, as, a very large market that you can leap out from, know your hustle, know what your passion is. Nothing is easy. Each time you fall, get up again, right? Running away is not the solution. Think of what you can differentiate you from this local market and take it up and, have your conviction that it's going to work. Thank you all very much. You want to give back? Yeah. So, Akin wants to also be able to give back to Lagos, because Lagos has been fair to them. Lagos have given them the platform that we're indeed, very grateful for.
Can I mention it?
What is it you want to give?
All right. So for the spirit of Lagos, and in appreciating what Lagos has done for us as a company, myself and my company, we will be giving out free slots for young agripreneurs to learn free on our digital agricultural e-learning platform, working together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Lagos State. Free, 100 agripreneurs.
Commissioner for Agriculture. Is she here? Commissioner for Agriculture. So she's a youngie as well. Right. So we have free, Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, I'd like to ask that we share a photograph with our amazing panelists before they go back to their seats.
These are really exciting times in Lagos State. The energy that the youth brought forward was palpable, and we could all feel it. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, for this opportunity. Thank you for listening to us.
Can we have the two co-chairs on the stage with our panelists? Oh, with the Deputy Governor. Thank you very much. A short while ago, I said that goodwill messages, they brighten our moods and they motivate. And one of the things we're going to try to do in 5 minutes is to see how we can pull through 3 goodwill messages in 5 minutes. I'm sure that everything is possible in Lagos. So very quickly, I'd like to invite the British Deputy High Commissioner, Ben Llewellyn-Jones. Ben Llewellyn-Jones for his goodwill message. And I'm sure he will set the pace for our 5 minutes.
My name is Ben Llewellyn-Jones, and I'm the British Deputy High Commissioner here in Lagos. I will stand on existing protocols. I'm delighted to be able to be here today to affirm our UK support for the Ehingbeti Summit, but also for Lagos State as a whole. The UK remains, Nigeria remains the second largest trading partner for the UK on the African continent. We export $2.5 billion of goods and services to Nigeria, and Lagos, as has been said, is the gateway for that business. And through the 600 members of the British Business Group in Lagos, to the excellent support given by the Nigeria-Britain Chamber of Commerce, to the support from my own team, the Department for International Trade team based here in Lagos, we're delighted to invite new business to come here to profit from the experience of working in Lagos. We have big brand names, Shell, Unilever, Guinness. We have smaller names. All of them are committed to trying to make the economy grow. The sheer range of sectors they speak to speaks to the importance of the work that the Lagos State Governor has been doing to entice business here. UK Export Finance has a risk appetite of $1.5 billion here in Nigeria, and we're keen to try and conclude our first transaction as we can for the end of March 2023. Our UK Overseas Development Assistance remains on standby to try and support economic growth, whether it be our digital access program, our work to support a green bond in Lagos State, or our UK-Nigeria Infrastructure Development Advisory program. I could go on, but I'll finish, not least because of time, to say that the UK is here and ready to do business in Lagos and committed to taking forward the work that we've begun. Thank you very much indeed for the leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Governor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite Asiwaju Dr. Michael Olawale Cole, President, LCCI. May I invite Mr. Taiwo Adeniyi, President, Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA. Oh, Dr. Olawale.
Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, our very active and reliable governor of Lagos State. Please clap for him. I also acknowledge the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, also a very dependable Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it is to me a great pleasure and privilege to be here today to say thank you to Lagos State for the great work you are doing for the people of Lagos and for the people of Nigeria. For us at SCCI, the oldest chamber of commerce in West Africa, founded in the year 1888, before Nigeria had amalgamation in 1914 of the North and the South protectorates. We've been there to speak for the private sector, to ensure that the best is done, to create the environment that is convenient for business to thrive. I want to thank Mr. Governor for the good job he's doing in Lagos State, for the government of Lagos, and for the people of Lagos and the people of Nigeria to make Lagos the real center of excellence for Africa. Nigeria, Lagos is not just the center of excellence for Nigeria, it's also a center of excellence for Africa. And I think Lagos deserves an applause for that place. Thank you. I want to thank you so much for us at the Chamber. We'll be there for you at all times to support your administration, We'll be there for you to collaborate with your state government to ensure that we give the best that is possible to give the support required to make Lagos State to continue to excel. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to everyone for their goodwill messages. As we move on today at the opening ceremony of Ehingbeti 2022, we will now have our first plenary conversation. As we continue to chart the path to sustainable socio-economic growth, we will have this first plenary conversation that focuses on context setting for the Lagos State Development Plan 2052. At this point, I'll now invite the moderator for this conversation to come up stage to welcome other members of this conversation. Please let's make welcome Mr. Tolu Oyekan, Managing Director and Partner, BCG. A round of applause for the moderator of this first plenary session at Ehingbeti 2022. Mr. Tolu Oyekan, please. Thank you very much. To join Mr. Tolu Oyekan on stage, it gives me great pleasure, and it's my honor to bring up the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. A round of applause for Mr. Deputy Governor. Thank you very much. Also joining them on stage is Dr. Christopher Pycroft, UK FCDO, the Development Director. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Finally, to join this conversation physically, we have the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Sam Egubi. A round of applause for Mr. Sam Egubi. Thank you very much. And the interesting thing about technology is that you can be anywhere in the world and be everywhere in the world. So we have a virtual participant on this panel conversation, Dr. Doyin Salami, who will be joining virtually, the Chief Economic Advisor to the President. Such an honor to have you join us. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Royal Fathers, Honorable Commissioners, and heads of MDAs in the room, captains of industry, and members of the development community. It truly is an honor to be here to moderate this very first session on the launch of the development plan. The plan, as we've all talked about today, is one that aims at driving Lagos to becoming Africa's true mega city by charting the path to sustainable socio-economic growth. Today, it's the first one, right? This is not going to go into too much depth. I think today we have objectives, to sort of three key objectives, in fact. One is to introduce the plan at a high level. The other would be to walk through the plan and provide So we'll try to. Okay, let's try that again. Technology. Okay, so we have three key objectives for the conversation today. Three key objectives. One is we want to introduce the plan at a high level to all of you. The other would be to walk through in detail the logic of the plan, just so you understand. It's not one of those things where a bunch of people just sat in the room and just wrote a bunch of things. There's a clear logic to it. We'll try to explain that. And then finally, we'd like to also end with a sense of how everyone here in the room, online, should engage over this next 2 days to try to understand the plan. So that's what we'll try to accomplish very, very quickly. Mr. Deputy Governor, so I'd like to start with you. I just mentioned that this is not one of those things where, we just sort of sat in a room and ran something, right, and wrote something. There's a clear logic, there's a clear rationale for this plan. It's particularly important because there's an existing development plan today that's not even completed. But we felt there was a need for this. Can you talk us through the rationale for this development plan, sir?
Well, so thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Like you said, there is an existing development plan. But so what we did was to look at where are we with those development plans. And Lagos has a lot of plans, for example, transportation master plan, climate plan, all sorts of plans. So the idea is, as we are reviewing where we are, we realize that we need to also now put together all these other plans and the things that are still not yet done and see how we can move forward. And we also realize that the world has changed. A lot of things, the various parameters that were assumed has also changed. Therefore, for a state like Lagos, we cannot just be experimenting. We have to be a bit more determined. We have to be clinical. And as such, what do we need to do in the next 30 years to make sure that the vision of Lagos State stays sustained? And that's why we were able to talk to various other partners, various state governments around Southwest, and of course the federal government, to see their direction and see how do we match that. Everybody has told us that the population of Lagos will grow to 40, 45 million. So how do we accommodate that? So the present master plan, of course, does not address that fully. So this is to extend it, given all the various other changes that we've noticed in the world.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So the plan consolidates a lot of existing plans, reflects a lot of the changes that is going on. Can you, Mr. Deputy Governor, I'll still stay on you for a second. Can you please help us describe in broad strokes, what are some of the key elements of this plan? What are we trying to achieve? What are we trying to cover over this next 30 years?
Good. I think if you listen to the speech by Mr. Governor, he mentioned a lot of it. So basically, the essence is continue to develop Lagos economy and make sure that all these youths that we talk about, how do you gainfully employ people? So continue to increase the economic basket of the state, increase the various opportunities that are out there. And in order to do that, you must make the state, in terms of, that's why we said the second pillar is human-centric, in terms of education, in terms of health, so that people have access to what they need in order to live a functional life. And again, build the normal infrastructure, better infrastructure in terms of internet, in terms of road, in terms of rail, both hard and soft infrastructure, gardening and so on and so forth, and of course, improve the quality of governance. So those four centric pillars are very important in order to push our state forward. And around those four pillars are various other things. So building the economy of Lagos, what does it mean? So we are saying that we've identified various areas that we think we have comparative advantage: real estate, financial services, logistics, and so on and so forth. Because like the Honorable Commissioner from the Economy Plan mentioned earlier, we are building the Lekki Port will be commissioned, I think, this December. It's about 3 times the size of a Apapa Port. So that enhances logistics, movement of goods, and so on and so forth. So we've looked at entertainment, IT, and so on and so forth. So we look at various areas. How do we enhance all those four pillars to make sure that the economy of Lagos continue to improve and be able to provide for this enormous number of people that has decided to make Lagos their home?
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, I'd like to come to you and get your thoughts on this as well. One of the things you mentioned was earlier in the day was, Lagos is full of really talented people, right? The most talented people in Nigeria, arguably in West Africa, reside in Lagos. How did you engage these people? Your ministry was responsible for the development of this plan, obviously under the chairmanship of Mr. Deputy Governor. How did you engage, the people of Lagos? Who were the people that were engaged to get this plan together?
Thank you very much, Mr. Tolu, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Governor, for laying the groundwork for the conversation. Basically, it was clear to us from the beginning that a plan that is not owned, right, will not be driven. Our people say that a goat that is not owned by anybody will go hungry. So the first thing we needed to establish is the congruence of thought and acceptability as to what the vision of Lagos is, because the plan was going to be built around that. And therefore, we engaged over 12,000 Lagosians. We engaged people in Lagos and people outside Lagos that had interest in Lagos. We talked with development partners. We talked with people who were leading thought builders for Lagos and also around the world. The vision of Lagos, which you talked about, forces us to understand and accept the idea that we cannot just measure ourselves with cities in Nigeria, but with our African peers, with an emerging economic peers, and with leading cities from around the world. So it then meant we needed to talk with leading thought leaders from around the world and evaluate their own development plans as to how it was done. But primarily speaking, the objective was that the people of Lagos will jointly craft this plan and own it. In a methodical way, we first of all established what we call the Lagos baseline. Where are we today? And where do we want to be, especially given that the leading cities which we compare ourselves with are not going to be static. They are also going to be making progress. And therefore, once you are able to set those clear goals, you then know exactly how your performance will be measured from time to time. But understanding from leading cities around the world, we were not going to do everything. We're going to deliver, like the Deputy Governor said, on 4 pillars. One, the thriving economy. The second is the human centricity of Lagos. The third is modern infrastructure, and the fourth is governance. On that thriving economy, we said we wouldn't do everything because the leading countries around the world did not undertake everything. There were things that they needed to be known for. And so we streamlined those things around our baseline, our right to win, and our competitive advantage, and merging it with the impact they would make if we are successful at it. From that point, we then decided and crafted out the various initiatives that will help us deliver it. And all these initiatives had targets so that we can monitor them. Once you do that, you then present them in milestones, because you won't do all of them from day one. Some of them you will do immediately because they are quick wins. Some of them will be near-term objectives which you need to drive. Some will be medium-term, and some will be long-term, so that we are organized in the way we execute on them. So that is really how the long-term development plan, the 30-year plan, was put together and built up. That couldn't have been done without aligning ourselves with the federal plan as well, because we're subnational, with the regional plan for the Southwest, because we have neighbors that we must align with, and all of that we did to come out with the eventual outcome that we could see, which we call the 30-year development plan.
That's very helpful, Honorable Commissioner. Maybe I'll come back a little bit and just push a little bit on some of the stakeholders, right? And talk a little bit specifically about who were the different types of Lagosians you engaged. Were they all here? How did you engage them? How, did you engage them at the beginning, at the end, things like that? Just because I think it's helpful. We're saying this plan is for Lagosians. I think it's important for people to understand, is it for Lagosians now, after the fact, or has it always been?
Okay, so basically we talked a lot to young people. We sent surveys out. We interacted with them in their tech hubs and in different formative areas, all right? Because that future belongs to the young people, and it was important that we also captured it. We did it in different stages. First of all, to take on what they thought about the future of Lagos. We talked with subject matter experts and industry leaders. What did they see will emerge out of their own industries in the future? And what are the critical elements that need to wake up in those sectors to really position Lagos as a leader and a leading light in those sectors? We had surveys, we had workshops, we had, even after we came out with the first stage where we articulated what we thought we had, we went back to these same people to confirm that this was what you told us. I mean, does it represent the image which we were trying to paint? And it was affirmative. So it made us know that we were in the right path. When you do your baseline study, it is easy to know where you are. and therefore you know what amount of resource you needed to deploy. The interesting part of it was also to say it's not going to be about initiatives. How will we fund it? And so there was a big conversation with investor group, with the private sector, with the MDAs themselves to see the capacity of the Lagos state government to fund and the capacity of investors pulled from around interested in Lagos to fund. We talked with people, like I said, in Lagos. We talked with people not in Lagos, but who had interest in Lagos. And we talked with people who just admired Lagos from a development standpoint. That was what it was.
Thank you. One of the key stats I was quite impressed by is the idea that we're over 5,000 youth that were engaged as part of this throughout the journey. Quite impressive. Dr. Salami, I will like to direct this next question to you, and I think it's around the key objective of this plan, right? Youth employment and jobs is something we talk about in Nigeria a lot. It continues to be a priority. And the anchor objective of this plan is to accelerate economic development by creating high productive job. Can you talk a little bit about this objective and essentially the relevance of this objective to such a long-term development plan? Dr. Salami.
A very good afternoon to everybody, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. Whether we like it or not, going to your question, whether we like it or not, Nigeria's is a young population. Yes, we have a census coming up at the beginning of next year, but what we are clear from the figures is that we have a very, very youthful population. I think median age is around between 19 and 22. So that's the first point. The second point to make is that when you look at the unemployment numbers currently, the youth segment has been very, very badly affected by the levels and evolution of unemployment. So it becomes a very major issue that must be addressed. And I note what Honorable Commissioner Sami Gube was saying about youth and engaging with youth. The third point that I would like to make in terms of why must youth be at the heart of this is that it's important for Nigeria to understand the dynamics of demography, both locally and globally. Let me start at the local or intra-Nigeria level. If you look at the poverty figures that were published in 2021, I think, but which covered up to 2019 for Nigeria, Lagos State has the lowest poverty level, I think about 4.5%, if my recollection of the figures is correct. There are some states in Nigeria that have poverty levels as high as 87%. Now, why do I put this in? And I will try and link all three things together. First, if the poverty disparity doesn't ease, Lagos must continue to expect an inflow of people seeking a better life even within the Nigerian domain. And so, whether the managers of Lagos understand it or appreciate it, the pressure of population in Lagos will continue to rise. And so, which is why I said the figure of 40 million people in Lagos in another 30 years' time is not unrealistic, although we will all have to wait to see what the census numbers show us when the census is completed. So that's the first thing. The second thing, globally, the dimensions and dynamics of demography is also going to affect Nigeria and indeed Lagos. Please bear the following in mind. There is the Japa syndrome. And in my view, the Japa syndrome is to be understood and is to be expected. Why? Because in many countries, you're seeing aging populations, and these countries require labor. They are wealthier countries, they can pay better. They offer a better prospect. And to that extent, we must expect that Nigerian youth who have the opportunity, who have the capacity, will move, especially if they perceive that the domestic environment does not offer them what they want, what they need. And so to that extent, those managers of Lagos must be ready, because as I have read through this document and I have looked especially at the human, what I call the human development agenda, it is imperative not just for Lagos, but for Nigeria, that the quality of education really has to rise, or else, and rise across board, or else where we will end up will be the best of the youth leave. Those who are left don't have the skill, the capacity for the jobs that may be created. So my challenge is only in one part, to say jobs need to be created. Absolutely, we can't be growing the population numbers at anything between 2.5 and maybe 3.2%. That speaks to a huge amount of new people entering into the labor force on an annual basis. And so we certainly need to create jobs, and rapidly too. But we must add to that this upskilling of our youth, indeed of our population. Nigeria's population, Nigeria's labor force has to become fit for purpose. And I would argue that if the labor force in Lagos is not fit for purpose, what we will find is the labor force either in Lagos or indeed in Nigeria is not fit for purpose. Opportunities will come and they will be taken by foreigners. Let me probably end my comments on this question by casting my mind back a couple of years ago, where there was a survey done of China. And at that time, the view was China was beginning to lose economic competitiveness because her costs were beginning to rise. And those who undertook that analysis then cast their view around the world to see which countries potentially could replace China. Of course, Nigeria was one of those countries considered. Why? Large population. But guess what? Nigeria was one of the countries that was almost immediately removed from the analysis because her labor force, large as it is not fit for purpose. And so it's a fundamental challenge that both at the federal, at the state, at the local government level, we really must face. I know we've paid a lot of attention to out-of-school children, which is very important because that is the base level for education. But in my view, at the heart of it is not just that population is growing and therefore we must create the jobs that are needed, but in addition to that, it becomes an imperative that you can create jobs, but if you don't have the population, if you don't have the labor force, the skilled, well-educated, healthy labor force that can take advantage of what you have or what you're trying to create, then what we will end up with are very divided cities across this country, where you will have those who have gone to better schools, enjoyed better education, be paid very well. Indeed, in Nigeria, many are paid world standard incomes. But you will then have a very large population of those who, forgive my language, don't stand a chance. And if we end up in that scenario, then the challenges around security will simply become even worse.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Salami. I especially appreciated how you talked about the importance of this anchor objective from a threat and an opportunity standpoint, right? On the threat side, Lagos is, because of the way Lagos is, we're getting 70 to 80 people coming into Lagos on a daily basis. You're having Lagos sort of stand out, and you're having people sort of getting more opportunities than others. And so if we don't sort of like minimize the inequalities, right, that we create security risk. And then on the opportunity side, right, the opportunity to educate all these young people coming into Lagos, the ones that stay in Lagos today, for the jobs of the future. So I really appreciate that compare and contrast, Dr. Salami. Thank you very much. Dr. Pycroft, I'd like to sort of bring you into the conversation here. I think the development plan is clearly an audacious one. That's that audacity word again. Clearly an audacious one. Audacious in terms of what it's trying to achieve. Audacious in terms of the timeline itself as well. One thing that is clear though is it will require significant capital. And when you look at, you know, the government revenues of, you know, even a state like Lagos, the ambitions are way too audacious for the budget of the state itself, even as that improves over time. Partnerships certainly will be necessary. Can you talk to us about that? Partnerships with development agencies, with private sector. How do you think about partnerships? How should we be thinking about partnerships?
Sorry. I think this one's working okay, but I feel now like I'm talking to you with my back to you, so please accept my apologies. It's partnership. Very good. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the first thing to acknowledge is the plan which we are discussing today is highly ambitious. Audacious is very much the word of the day. It's far-reaching, it's complicated. But some of the challenges that we collectively face, that you face here in Lagos and we face around the world, these challenges cannot be met with a focus on the short term. We've heard today from other speakers two of the really significant existential threats that we all face. But it's true that those threats are also here in Lagos. Threats around the climate emergency and climate change and the impact that climate change is going to have. The solutions to climate change cannot be put in place over a short period of time. The impacts of climate change are going to be felt 30, 40, 50 years. And if we don't take action today, then the impacts are going to be much larger and much more negative than they need to be. Similarly with demography. Nigeria has an opportunity to take real benefit from the demographic youth bulge, from its highly entrepreneurial, well-educated young people, or these can become a significant threat to Nigeria's future if their talents, creativity are not harnessed and used for the benefits of society. The question that you asked me was about partnership. And of course, progress cannot be made by government alone. To achieve this ambitious program is going to require a whole of society approach. Of course, government has a crucial role to play in creating the conditions, in setting the incentives, in regulating the economic environment, in facilitating and coordinating. But the private sector, in partnership with government, has to bring its investment, its innovation, its creativity, its wealth-generating capabilities, its employment-creating capabilities, to be able to drive forward the ambition of Lagos State and indeed of Nigeria. But citizens and civil society are also a crucial element of that partnership. They're the ones that need to provide the accountability. They need to hold government to account. They need to hold the private sector to account. They need to have a voice, an agency, an influence in the development plans which are being put together in their names. And finally, I would like to emphasize and stress the critically important role that can be played by the international community. Not just the international private sector, which clearly has a critically important role to play in terms of bringing in external investment, but also the international donor community, the international partners, of which many are highly active here in Nigeria. The UK government, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, of which I'm a party, has been involved in supporting the Lagos State government for upwards of 20 years now. And you've heard from my colleague, Ben Llewellyn-Jones, about the engagement that the UK government still brings through Manufacturing Africa, through digital engagement, through financial services, through trade and investment, and we're keen to maintain and continue that partnership. But the relationship between the international community and developing countries, between the UK and Nigeria, are changing, and changing in significant ways. And we need to understand how those relationships are changing to be able to drive the maximum from this critically important element of the partnership.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pycroft. Partnerships would definitely be necessary to achieve the audacious objectives. Honorable Commissioner, I'd like to come back to you, and I'd like to, talk about implementation a bit. We have talked about how this plan was built by Lagosians and Friends of Lagos. It's focused on youth and jobs. Dr. Pycroft has talked about partnerships which were embedded in the plan. But my goodness, it's a very long time, 30 years. Yeah. How do we ensure implementation over the 30 years? I mean, how do we ensure that at the end of the day, it's not just another piece of paper, another booklet that's just sort of like hanging on a desk somewhere? How do we ensure that the Lagos of our dreams and the Lagos of our, of our ambitions actually becomes reality through these plans?
Okay, Tolu, anything that is not measured, it becomes difficult to monitor, and doing or executing on them becomes very challenging. It's the reason why this 30-year development plan has laced in it, at every point where a goal is set or an aspiration is set, we also put in measures. And those measures are not locally or privately or secretly designed measures. Those measures are coming from data sources that are internationally acceptable and can be assessed by anyone at any time. So we are not measuring ourselves. We are submitting the plan to measurements that are global, that are external to us in their validation, and therefore can be measured. The second point is that we have also integrated this plan within our planning system. So every initiative under this plan is mapped to our medium-term sector strategy in such a way that MDAs who will be executing aspects of this plan must account for this plan, right, as they execute their annual budget. But this plan has over 400 initiatives, and these initiatives are not ambiguous. They are clear initiatives. There's no hiding place. Once we adopt the plan, you cannot hide under it. But I think we've also engaged the House of Assembly, and typical of the House of Assembly, they typically would always refer. In fact, when I came into government, it was clear to me that the House of Assembly took the development plans very seriously because they keep trying to align to it. And in having that conversation, they will also adopt a framework around which they will look out for the plan. But I think the mother of all regulators are the people themselves, which is why it was very important that the people own the plan. I was discussing with some people and they said, you've been talking about the Fourth Mainland Bridge. We cannot but talk about the Fourth Mainland Bridge because the people themselves ask the questions. And on the campaign trail, you will be making commitments to the people around the plans, around their desire, around their aspirations, right? And so we feel that over time, the people will keep governance straight and dedicated to this plan. The other thing the people have done that is quite intelligent is in the way they have chosen their government. So they have chosen their government from a house that has experience, that has versatility, that has understanding, and that are part of the curators of this plan. So it's like a relay race. One plan handing over to the next plan, and one government handing over to the next government. So you see the consistency and continuity in the implementation of it. So I'm very sure that this framework tends to guide every one of us, all Lagosians, to focus on the aspirations of the plan, which is our plan, and then to see to its implementation from time to time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. So I guess we will be able to sort of interrogate this plan over the next couple of days. I have one more question, but let me first give my summary of what I've sort of captured today. So one is, this plan, the development plans for the next 30 years was built by Lagosians, right? So there was active stakeholder engagement from the very beginning. It's a plan that focuses on the future citizens of Lagos, on the youth today, which was also relevant in the way they were engaged, but also in the ambition for jobs, high quality jobs over this next 3 decades. It realizes and recognizes the role of partners, public, private, social, because the government itself will not be able to do everything. And it's a very specific plan with clear initiatives, and it's been embedded within the government bureaucracy in the planning methodologies of the cities itself. So with that, I would like to ask all of you one last question, which is, well, maybe 2 questions in one. One is, how does this plan make you feel about the future of Lagos? So I want emotions. And then the other is, over the next couple of days, how would you encourage the participants of Ehingbeti to engage in the discussions about this plan? Mr. Deputy Governor, I'll start with you, please.
Well, thank you very much. So, you asked for the emotion. It's excitement. The ability to sit down and plan is very important. Like people say, they said, failure to plan is planning to fail. So, for us in Lagos, the ability to sit for the past 18 months, talking to citizens, talking to government, talking to private sector, and the ability to now put all this together into concrete plan, in itself, it shows seriousness. So, and I think that's the excitement. Like Commissioner for Economic Planning said, the ability for Lagos State government to gather the people that understand the geography of the state is very important. Because you need to understand where we are today before you can say this is where we want to be. And the Lagosians are very intelligent people in selecting even the government to make sure that people have a thorough understanding of the needs of the people. So when we do our budget, like he said, we have consultations across the Ibile. So we actually go to the people to say, okay, 2023 budget, what are the things you need? But in order for them to actually come, they expect you to tell them what they requested for 2 years ago, last year. So to say, just like we said here at Ehingbeti, 122 resolutions, 100 and something done. So the idea is people are excited because they are also involved and they can see that what their requests are being mentioned. So it's excitement. And then as for people, it's a living document. And as we all say, things will keep changing around the world. And as things change, there will be need for adaptations. And therefore, all those parameters will be measured by everybody in this room and Lagosians generally. So as the idea comes, various agencies of government that are responsible for implementation will also need to adapt and make those changes. So for me, I think it's exciting. And it shows clearly that Lagos is ready for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Pycroft. Thank you. Okay, I'm an Abuja boy. So when I come to Lagos, you are really blown away by the energy, by the pace, by the creativity. I think others have said that if Lagos was a country, it would be one of the top 10 largest countries by GDP in Africa. It's the home of the third largest creative industries sector in the world. It's got one of the fastest growing digital technology sectors in the world. It's got some of the most creative and entrepreneurial people anywhere in the world. So, although you are detailing an ambitious and audacious plan for 30 years of development here, drawing on the assets and resources of all elements of society, guided by a government with a clear vision for what it wants to see in the future. My sense is that if anywhere can, then Lagos can.
To be audacious is part of being Lagosian. So when we talk about plans of audacity like the one we have, it's just typical of who Lagos really is, right? And you could see it when the young people talked about what they think about Lagos. The second thing is the respect and confidence that the government has on the people of Lagos to believe that the people of Lagos can hold on for 30 years to a methodical and well-articulated plan without fail. That shows a lot of confidence, and the people of Lagos has never failed. It's the reason why Lagos is vibrant. Lagos behaves like what people expect it to be. It's that place where magic can happen, where people can dream and the dream happens. So if you have that as a strength, then by all means dream, right? And that's what the plan has done. So it's excited. I'm excited about the future of Lagos. I actually believe that looking at the plan, because I've looked through it, that Lagos represents Nigeria's best chance to be a success. And it's the reason why you heard me talk about viewing Lagos as a national asset rather than just a state operating in the Southwest. We have the people, we have the coordinates, we have the elements, and we have the mind, right, to do big things, and that's what the plan has now set out. So it's a great journey, and I welcome Lagos to follow it. How do we then engage during the conference? If you listen to the young people very clearly, it's about focusing on the opportunities that are emerging out of the plan. You can stay with only the challenges, but if your mind is full of the challenges, it does not stimulate you to invest. You must understand the challenges with a mindset to creating solutions around them. So let's engage this conference with an open mind, with a mind to spot the opportunities that are emerging, to identify the things we have and can leverage off, and to assure yourself that you are in a good place and you will be part of creating that great future which we have designed in this plan together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Dr. Salami, do we still have you to share your closing thoughts?
On the panel. Well, Dr. Pycroft says he's an Abuja boy, okay, in which case, me, I am a Lagosian by public transport. I was born in Ijebu and transported, I would argue, unwillingly to Lagos. But the last 50 years of my stay in Lagos has been very interesting. Now, what then, or how does this plan make me feel? The plan makes me feel probably 2, 3 emotions. So begin with, it says to me, you have an administration that is not just thinking, but is futuristic in its thinking, looking at where the world will be, looking at where Nigeria will be, looking at where the region will be, and positioning itself in that context. And that, for me, does work. The second piece, in terms of my emotion, because I have actually read through this plan, is, yeah, everybody said it's audacious. Well, yes, but given where Nigeria, and indeed perhaps Lagos, ought to be 62 years after independence, I think it is audacious, but we shouldn't let ourselves be carried away if we look at where other cities that started roughly the journey of development when we started are today. So yes, audacious given where we are. But the biggest of my emotions in all of this, being an economist and having studied Nigeria for more than 30 years, I have seen development plans written. And my key emotion is, will they really pull this off? Will they really pull this off? If they can, if the governments now and in the future can, then believe me, you'd have done Nigeria a huge favor, because it would show that its development planning is not just about nice, fancy work, but that, we do get down to brass tacks. But let me, for the Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Planning, let me just, chip in a little piece. Having read this document, I've seen where your baseline is, and I've seen where you want to be in 30 years. If you want the people to really hold the government now and in the future accountable, may I suggest that you need to break this down a bit, such that on an annual basis, it's not just about putting a budget in place, because that's one of the instruments of institutionalization. It's to actually be able to say, certain outcomes must have been achieved at the end of each year. That way, we can follow the trends. We can follow how it is that progress is being made. What I have seen, at least from the copy that I was sent, we have the baseline, we have the outcome in 30 years from now. What would be helpful, at least for an economist like me, is to be able to say, okay, every year, what is it that we were supposed to achieve? In Nigeria, when you ask anybody, what is your budget performance? They tell you how much they have spent. 70%, 80%. Very seldom do they tell you what it has wrought in terms of the changes that the spending was supposed to achieve. And so for me, perhaps I'm sure these numbers are available somewhere, but if they are put in an appendix, I think that would be very helpful. The second piece about how participants should engage. I quite agree with the sentiment on the panel that it's about the opportunities that are potentially about to open up or being opened up in Lagos. We really must look at those opportunities, see how it is that we are going to engage with them. But we must also then, question those on the side of the government to ensure that the assumptions they have made are really assumptions we can understand and that we can engage with. It's important. This is, in my view, far too important. Nigeria just did the 2022 to 25 plan, and the perspective plan to 2050 is currently being worked on. In my view, the Nigeria plan, the Lagos plan, if only we could get both right and get them done, then certainly Nigeria will be, and Lagos will be, in a very good place. And for a Lagosian by public transport, there will be nothing as good as a Lagos in a good place in 30 years' time, at which point I will probably be 90 with very few teeth, but at least be able to look back and say, I was there 30 years ago when this was launched and they did pull it through. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salami, and thank you very much to the panelists on the stage here. We'll wrap it up here. But before I do that, I must say that as a Lagosian myself, I am very excited about this plan and what it portends for the future of this beautiful city. I would encourage everyone in online or in the room to not just take our words for it, go to the panel sessions, be critical, engage, ask questions, and try to understand this plan, because it's our plan. Dr. Salami talked about resolve. The way we build this resolve is by engaging the plan itself and getting comfort with it. So thank you very much all, and look forward to talking to you all over the next 2 days.
A group photograph. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Governor, Mr. Tolu Oyekon, Dr. Christopher Pycroft, Dr. Doyin Salami, and Mr. Sam Egube. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize in our midst the Honorable Minister of Aviation, Senator Hadi Sirika. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. I'd also like to welcome the Managing Director, CEO, FAN, Captain Rabiu Yadudu. Thank you very much for being with us. And also the Director of Finance and Accounts, Mrs. Nike Aboderi. We thank you for joining us at Ehingbeti 2022. May I, at this time, invite on stage the Honorable Minister of Aviation, Senator Hadi Sirika, for his goodwill message. Honorable Minister.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, because I come in late and because time has gone, I like to observe all protocols respectively, and also to begin to say that when I heard the Abuja boy spoke, I said to myself, well, in this city of Lagos, I actually bought and sold. I worked and danced for 27 years of my life, so it is my Lagos. Your Excellency, we have a pact, me and you, that this is going to be very short presentation, straight to the business, because I came in this morning from a trip to about 5 countries in 3 days, and we have council tomorrow. I say that I cherish this honor to be here to speak to my people, and also to say that I like to emphasize and highlight the importance and centrality of civil aviation in the scheme of things. The plan for 30 years is audacious. Yes, there is time, but all of us believe that Lagos can pull it. In this city, which houses about 26.7% of our national GDP, housing our stock exchange, 200 financial institutions, 25 million people on 5,377 square kilometers of landmass, plus Eco-Atlantic, plus all the industries, the rich culture, the tradition, the history, the tourist attraction, the AO festival, and so on and so forth, needs to be connected to the world to continue to be the center of the economy, of the activity of the country, Nigeria. And the only way you can link this city of Lagos to the world is obviously not the only way, but the best way to connect it is by infrastructure and especially civil aviation. Because I was talking 2 nights ago somewhere, and we're talking about the AU Agenda 2063, which intends to, among other things, the CFTFA, the Single African Air Transport Market, and of course, all those other AU Agenda 2063 items that seeks to integrate people. In this integration, and in drawing people closer to where you are, imagine having to do it by roads. It's doable, but the quantum of money and capital needed to do this is prohibitive, and the maintenance is also more prohibitive. So also by rail. By water, most of the countries in Africa are landlocked. So it can only be aviation, because 1 mile long road leads you to nowhere, but 1 mile long runway leads you to everywhere. So when His Excellency the Governor approached us in Civil Aviation Ministry and said he wants to build an airport in Lagos, another airport, I said, yes, this is a huge step in the very right direction. And the reason is simple. Like I said, I'm a Lagosian. In my days of Lagos, the terminal point is Maroko Sandfield. When you go there, you only go to mechanic to do panel beating for you. That's it. Or when you are like me as a boy that time, you go to Lekki or Eleko Beach, the new beach at that time. But today, from here, all the way to after VGC, all the way to Ekpe, it's Lagos. The expansion is astronomical, it's huge, it's big. The ideas and the side of the economy is good and big. So you need to continue to link Lagos, not only with Nigeria, but with Africa and the world. So if you look at all these financial institutions, the 200 industrial estates and the Eco-Atlantic and so on and so forth, there must be a way that these people will come in and out of Lagos on another alternative, which is the airport in Lekki. Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, this is a huge step in the right direction. We didn't waste time to give the approval, and we're happy to present the certificate today. Your Excellency, thank you very much. Your Excellency, Lagos, someone said that, well, okay. but just to say that really, Lagos is no longer what we called it when we were in university. Eco for sure, no. It is Eco for copy. Yes, yes. Because from 1999 till date, from Maroko Sandfield to Ekpe, and all of the huge growth of the economy and becoming the dominant power in West Africa, you must copy. You must be envious. I knew what the IGR was in Lagos in 1999 and what the IGR is today. And I know what the economy looked like because I bought and sold in this city of Lagos. To buy my first car, I had to sell used tires, I had to sell fenders to the Port Authority, I had to sell translucent fiber optic roofs to NEPA, I had to sell water tanks to create the economy within our small Etiosa at that time local government and raise the money and to buy my first car, and of course I did a party for that. And lastly, Your Excellency, is that Lagos taught me a lot of things. It taught me to be patient, to be industrious, to be hard, and to push and never to give up. I came in and the first guy who accommodated me, may so rest in peace, told me, okay, young man, if you make some money and you want to go to market, Balogun then, if they price 10 naira, just price half, you meet in between. And when they sell to you, just ask for just 1 more naira discount and you get it. And it's Lagos. So I went there very clever. I made my first 1,000 naira selling a used Danfo Boss. And I went to Balogun to buy a pair of shoes and so on and so forth. So I went to a lady. I saw her, she's from Ondo for sure, her Max. And I priced her item and she goes like 100 naira. And I wanted to be very clever. So I said, Madam, 10 naira. He said, see this malam. In fact, Malu safe. Which trailer carry you come Lagos? I didn't get angry. I said, okay, na trailer carry me come Lagos like Malu. No worries. But you trek from Ondo village reach here. And I said and when I went away and he started telling me a lot of, the next guy, next shop is Igbo. And the next guy next to her is Hausa. And it spoke to me a lot about Lagos at the time. The Hausa guy was busy selling his own wares. The Igbo guy was there. The Yoruba guy was there. And perhaps the other guy that I did recognize maybe a Shikiri. But this is Lagos. So it's our Lagos. Your Excellency, we thank you very much for carrying on. And I like to pause here to say a huge thank you, to say that you are not going to get it wrong, because aviation has the opportunity and uniqueness to link markets, link history, link tradition, link culture, link markets, link people, link schools and hospitals, to which all Lagos has. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask that for the next few minutes that you fix your gaze on the screen?
The Lekki-Epe International Airport is an airport development project east of Lagos, Nigeria, on a 3,500-hectare site. The airport is designed to handle 5 million passengers per annum with a scope for future expansion. The Lekki Airport project's first phase is estimated to cost over $900 million, and it will be located around 10 kilometers from the Lekki Free Trade Zone. The new airport will relieve congestion at the overstretched Murtala Mohammed International Airport, as well as serve the fast-growing industrial Lekki district, the Lekki Deep Seaport, Dangote's 650,000 BPD refinery, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, and other locations. Apart from its primary purpose, the new airport will enhance both residential and commercial infrastructure in the Ibeju-Lekki area of the state. Ibeju-Lekki already harbors significant projects like the Free Trade Zone, Dangote fertilizer plant, and the Dangote refinery, putting it one step closer to being Africa's next commercial hub. The Lagos State government recently received the approval of the federal government of Nigeria through the Federal Ministry of Aviation to develop the proposed airport on a public-private partnership model. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the presentation of the letter of approval from the Minister of Aviation, please do welcome on stage Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. It is also noteworthy that the plan is in motion. The international airport to be located in the Ibeju-Lekki axis is already set in motion, and this is just a formalization of that approval. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very special moment at Ehingbeti 2022, please once again a round of applause as Mr. Governor officially receives the letter of approval.
Thank you very much indeed. In the name of God, the most beneficial, most merciful, we in Civil Aviation Ministry are pleased to issue out this approval to Lagos State, and with a prayer that may it be beneficial to Lagos, to its people, its future, its fortune, to the country and to humanity. Your Excellency.
As the official pictures are being taken, please can we have also on stage the Executive Director representing the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, the representative of the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, PPP, and the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Lagos State, Mr. Samuel Ekube, to join on stage, please. This is indeed a historic moment, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure it does deserve another round of applause. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Governor, and all protocols duly observed. Oladele and Mojibade, over to you now.
Indeed, the plan is in motion already. And again, a call for copy. Congratulations, Lagos State, and thank you very much, Federal Ministry of Aviation, for your kind approval. Thank you. You may please be seated. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, at this time, also invite on stage for his goodwill message, Mr. Taiwo Adeniyi, President, Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. Mr. Taiwo Adeniyi. After Mr. Taiwo Adeniyi, I'd like to ask that Dr. Jidemma, President, Institute of Directors, IOD, also share with us his goodwill message. Dr. Jidemma, President, Institute of Directors.
Before we take the goodwill messages, I'd like to specially recognize the GMD UBA PLC Group Deputy Managing Director, Mr. Muiwa Akinyemi. Thank you very much for joining us today. Round of applause for Mr. Muiwa Akinyemi. Thank you. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony has kicked off and has been truly inspiring and very impactful. We will now take a quick break for lunch and we'll return for our breakout sessions. The lunch will happen right outside this auditorium and our hostesses will be more than happy to lead you to the lunchroom. At 3:05, 5 minutes past 3 p.m., we'll commence the breakout sessions. Again, the breakout sessions will happen right upstairs and we'll have our hostesses graciously lead us there. Once the rooms are full for any conversations you're interested in, please come back into this room. We have headsets for you to tune in to any of the breakout sessions you would like to participate in. So if you go to the breakout rooms and they're full, you can come back in here to get your headsets to tune in and listen to participate in any of the sessions that you like. At this point, we will now break for lunch to return at 3:05 for breakout sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.